All right, please be seated. We're ready to continue with the cross-examination. Mr. DeCoste.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, let's stay on the topic of the intercepts, 2016. Now, when these intercepts are done, law enforcement is keeping logs of the calls that are being recorded, correct?
That's correct.
You don't, however, have the call detail records for that time.
Well, so when we're doing the wiretap, when the intercept is actually running, we are receiving in real time from the carrier the date and time of call, who's calling who, the cell sites that are used. This is the exact same information that comes to us in the call detail records. And the benefit of we get to hear the audio or see the text message. But these are the exact same records that we would get if we asked for the historical call details. So we do have a record of every phone call, every text message, every location, just as if we had those historical records.
All right, and again, there's hundreds of communications. Or
Correct.
actually, you said you didn't know the exact, but you'd agree with me that it's in the hundreds.
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about minimization. You have law enforcement there at a terminal listening to the call. You'd agree with me that it is up to that law enforcement officer to determine when they should minimize and when they shouldn't.
There are some general instructions and requirements. Further on top of that, it is that investigator's knowledge of the case, knowledge of who they're communicating with, understanding of what's being said that would influence how quickly or how often they might minimize a call.
Which could be contingent on what Tallahassee Police Department's working theory of the case is, correct?
It's contingent upon what we're actually allowed to listen to, and that is established in the affidavit. We're only allowed to listen to communications, certain communications that revolve around certain pieces of evidence, and so we're given direction about what kind of conversations we can actually listen to.
Now you say given direction, you're the one that oversaw the intercepts for TPD, correct?
I oversaw the technical side of that.
Correct. Now, for instance, at one point in time, you told your team, look, if there's discussion by Charles Adelson of other crimes, we can't record that.
We can record that, but then we actually have to go back and seek approval from the court to continue to listen. There is a process in place. But in general, no. If we hear evidence of other crimes, we can't just carte blanche record those because that's not part of our original authority. But we can seek to add those.
All right. Now, we're staying on the topic of minimization. If an officer in this case were listening to a phone call where Sigfredo Garcia is telling Katherine Magbanua, the less you know, the better, that wouldn't be a smart call to minimize, correct?
I would have...
That's speculation. I'm not going to allow that question.
Sergeant, you oversaw TPD law enforcement and gave them the instruction on what to minimize and what not, correct?
No.
And who gave them that instruction then?
The instruction, again, I oversaw the technical side of it, how to minimize, what button to press. The direction as far as the conversations came from the affidavit and from the state attorney's office.
All right. So let's stay on the topic of the intercepts. You've listened to a good number of the calls, correct?
I have, yes.
You have awareness from those calls of Charles Adelson. You have awareness of Charles Adelson's awareness that he doesn't discuss crimes over the phone, right?
I'm not sure.
Let me give you an example. On April 19, 2016, he's having a discussion about potential stock fraud where there's the comment, talk to you on the app. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
On 4/20/2016, not a phone convo. Remember that?
Okay.
May 3rd, 2016, his friend Adam says, I'll explain it in the app. May 4th, Adam abruptly says, text me on the app.
Okay.
Now, you'd agree with me that all of these communications, none of them were with Katherine Magbanua.
Those that you mentioned, no.
So this lets you know that Charles Adelson is aware. You don't talk about certain things over the phone, correct?
That could be inferred, yes.
And the working theory has always been that these call patterns are potentially Miss Magbanua talking to Charles Adelson about the murder and then speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's part of it, yes.
But Charles Adelson doesn't talk on the phone when he's talking about committing crimes, right?
Well, I do believe that at least some of the calls that he spoke on the phone about did involve committing a crime.
In all of these recorded phone calls, and nearly 100 with Miss Magbanua, was there ever a, we need to talk on the app?
Not that I'm aware of.
And for those that don't know what WhatsApp or the app is, do you believe that to be WhatsApp?
It's likely WhatsApp or another internet-based communication chat app.
That's end-to-end encrypted communication?
It can be, yes.
And it can also be messages as well, too?
Yes.
Now, in Charles Adelson's iCloud data, you don't have all of his WhatsApp activity, correct?
All of his WhatsApp? No.
But you do have Katherine Magbanua's activity from her phone, because you have the physical phone, correct?
I believe there is some, again, I did not review the contents of her phone. I don't know exactly what is there or not.
But what you did learn between Charles Adelson's information and the limited that you have of Miss Magbanua is that the only time she used WhatsApp to communicate with Charles Adelson while they were dating is when he was out of the country.
I'm not personally aware of that.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Yes.
Yeah. Sergeant, smarter legal minds have reminded me of something. So your testimony was, and this has to do with the intercepts and call detail records, and you say you get a real-time list of everything.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that every single phone call was recorded?
No.
So if a phone call isn't recorded, you're still going to have a data log of that?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, redirect. Thank you. Redirect.
All right, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. Sergeant Corbett, first, I want to show you all the exhibits with the
Oh, let me,
records.
yeah, give me a second here to sort them out.
I'll use this one as an example.
Go for it.
It shows you several records that are the records from the cell phones.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, these are like the raw data from the actual records, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the times that we see here, are these times correct?
The times for the voice calls are correct. The text messages would be an hour behind. They report text messages in Central Time Zone.
Okay. And as far as I know, on Friday you told us about how when you get raw data from a cell phone company, sometimes there will be duplicate events.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on these records, have these duplicate events been changed to single events by you?
They have not.
All right. So we may see calls that look like they're happening multiple times, but there is actually only one call.
That's correct.
Okay. And you haven't gone through these and made a summary like you did for Friday?
I have not.
Okay.
Everything's up there, but
The defense threw out a bunch of terms, the amount of power, radio frequency mapping, down tilt. Do we need any of those things in order to determine which cell site a cell phone is communicating with?
In this case, no.
And why is that?
Again, we know that that particular antenna or that particular cell site was operational and in use because the handset communicated with it. And from there, it's a matter of just determining if that location could be serviced by that particular cell site or not. And we say that it was. Again, the carriers designed the networks very carefully, very purposefully to provide coverage to everyone. And so, you know, we know that it's functioning, we know that it's operating, And we know that that location could be consistent with being serviced by that particular cell site and sector.
The defense asked you about, not having location data for Sigfredo Garcia in June. We just see Rivera's locations going up to Tallahassee and back. Do we have any evidence to show that Garcia was not on the trip in June 2014?
We do not.
We just don't have his location during June of 2014.
That's correct.
Okay. But we do have his locations in July of 2014.
Yes.
And that's when, after that point, we could track his location.
Yes.
Could you pull up your slide that shows the more zoomed in where Katherine Magbanua was consistent with the cell site service and comfort rental car?
For the second. Would that be June 2nd?
Thank you. All right, so we see there's, looking at the top of the screen, looks like 1, bottom of the screen 2, over here closest to you 3, 4, 5 in the middle, and then this 1 right here, this dot with the arrows next to. So 6 total cell sites just in that small area of Miami.
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned a little earlier about how more densely populated areas, there's more cell sites than in a rural area.
That's correct.
And we've seen evidence of that throughout your slideshow presentation. As she travels from her house to Comfort, which is about 10 miles, she's going through several different cell sites on that path.
That's correct.
And as she travels from the Charlie Adelson's residence to Rivera's residence on July 19th, she's hitting several different cell sites. That's how we're able to know what time she's at where, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the areas, when looking at a place like Miami and like this area, for instance, where there's so many cell sites, the area that she would be consistent with would be smaller than in a rural area where there would be less cell sites.
Yes, that's correct.
And you said that these cell sites were designed to service a lot of people, given their location, or a lot of handsets.
Yes.
And of all of the places that she could be in Miami, all of the cell sites that she could be communicating with, or even just in this little portion, these 6 cell sites that she could be communicating with, of all of those, you said she's communicating with the one service and comfort rental right there in the middle of the map, that at the same time, Garcia, the father of her children, is renting a car from Comfort Rental.
Hold on a second.
Objection leading, and I don't know if that was a question.
Place it in the form of a question?
Yes, sir. Is that the case?
It is, yes.
You were asked about a series of events that could happen. A cell tower could go down, you're kicked to another tower. Do you have any indication that those things are happening in this case with any of the locations, the cell sites that you plotted?
I do not.
Would we have records of a handset communicating with a cell site if that cell site was down?
We would not.
It wouldn't be communicating with the cell site if it was down.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, defense asked you a bit about Rivera's communication and his locations on the day on July 19th, the day your money was taken.
Yes.
I want to ask you about that. Now, in our presentation on Friday, we were showing how Katherine Magbanua travels down to that address. Rivera is consistent with being there. We show the flurry of communication, and then we show when he's consistent with being there again, which was around the 10:30 time frame. Is that the case?
Objection leading and counsel testifying?
Overruled.
Yes.
Have you looked at, though, in the past, all of Rivera's locations that morning?
I have, yes.
Okay, and have you mapped those before?
I have, yes.
Do you have that handy?
I could, yes.
Okay. Just want to ask you about the locations that he's consistent with once he leaves his residence and before he comes back, and the times on that.
Objection to anything being shown before it's in evidence.
This is something that's already been admitted in evidence. This is part of.
It's been talked about, and I just wanted since the defense opened the door, for the jury to be able to see exactly where he went and what times and what it was and was not consistent with.
I'm not going to allow it to be shown. He can testify to it, but I'm not going to allow it to be shown to the jury.
Yes, sir.
May want to make sure that I'm muted.
Okay.
I do have it.
Okay. All right, can you walk us through, actually, maybe it would be helpful for you to put up I have it as page 120, which is the call flurry on July 19th. That way we can see the times of his communication. Can you do that? Okay.
You have an objection? Well, this is something that's been admitted in evidence, right? Part of the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Of the summary?
Okay. My mistake.
And I'm sorry, which summary page?
This would be the call flurry on July 19th. I have it as page 120.
I believe that this is what you're... I guess you'll have to unmute me.
Okay.
That'll be right. Is that the one you're referring to?
And I think there was a couple after that as well. Maybe the one that goes all the way from 9:44 to 10:31. Try 118, page 118. There you go.
I don't know which is easier to look at.
Okay. All right, so looking at Rivera's, the location, let's see. So we have on this that Katherine Magbanua tries to call Sigfredo Garcia 6 times between 9:44 and 9:46. Is that correct?
One is a text message.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you. So 5 times in a text message. And then she has an outgoing call to the number that you have as Anthony Ortiz. And while we talk about that, I just wanted to be clear. So that was a number that law enforcement received as a possible number belonging to Anthony Ortiz. But you told us on Friday that was also found in Katherine Magbanua's contacts, iPhone contacts, as belonging to a Jessica Flocka.
That's correct.
Okay. The mother of Luis Rivera's children, do you know what her name is?
Jessica.
Okay. Whoever this is, Jessica or Anthony Ortiz, which they both are familiar with both Garcia and Rivera, right?
Yes.
All right. Then they start participating. The person that Katherine Magbanua calls here then starts participating by calling Sigfredo Garcia on the next line. And then Luis Rivera starts calling Sigfredo Garcia and calls him, texts him, and then calls him right after that.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is all like 1 minute, the next minute, the next minute.
Yes.
Okay. Then it looks like the Ortiz number calls Garcia again. After Luis Rivera does?
Objection leading.
These are leading questions. You need to
Yes,
frame it
sir.
in form of a question and no testifying. Let's leave that up to the witness.
Where was Luis Rivera's location when he made those contacts, outgoing contacts to Sigfredo Garcia?
So for the event, the outgoing voice call that's at 9:50, which I don't know if we can see, is this one. So for the 9:50 through 10:02 events for Mr. Rivera, which the 10:02 would be an incoming voice call from the Ortiz number. For all of those events, he's communicating with cell sites that are consistent with the area of his residence and or the barber shop, which is nearby.
Now, which one of these calls is he no longer consistent with his residence, and where does he go?
Oops. So the next events beginning at 10:04 for Mr. Rivera through 10:23 a.m., so for about 18, 19 minutes. For that time frame, his handset begins communicating with cell sites and sectors that are consistent with moving east, kind of towards the island, and then south, towards the direction of Normandy Isle, but also consistent with Mr. Garcia's residence.
Okay, and Mr. Garcia at the time, you say his residence, who is the information that the investigators had in the case that he was living with at the time, besides maybe Ms. Magbanua?
Stephanie Carmona.
Okay, and you said on Friday that Stephanie Carmona's address was the last address that his phone was consistent with before it was dumped earlier that morning on the 19th?
That's correct.
So that was the last known location that we ever have for that number, was Stephanie Carmona's residence.
Correct.
And when Rivera's handset moves away from his residence that morning after he can't get in, or after his handset cannot get in touch with Garcia's handset, his handset then travels towards Stephanie Carmona's residence where Garcia was staying. Is that the case?
That's correct.
Okay. And then where does it go after it leaves Stephanie Carmona's residence?
So those events, again, from 10:23 on, we have locations at 10:23, 10:34, 10:35. Those are consistent with travel back towards the area of his residence, and really beginning, the events beginning at 10:34 are consistent with either his residence or the area of the barbershop.
Okay. And so he's back consistent with his residence by 10:34, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And there's 2 calls down at the bottom of the list that are outgoing from Katherine Magbanua to Luis Rivera. What times are those at?
The one is at 10:23 and the second at 10:31.
Okay. And then at 10:31, whose residence is she consistent with?
For her 10:31 event, it would be consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence.
And then by 10:34, 3 minutes later, he's back consistent with that area as well?
He could be there sooner. I have events at 10:23 with location, and then the next that I have shown here is 10:34. So sometime in that time frame, in that window, he became consistent with the area around his house.
Okay. The defense asked you about what Katherine Magbanua was doing today in the iCloud, where her children were. I have a couple of questions about that. First of all, the iCloud messages that you've been being shown, those are all from Charlie Adelson's iCloud, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And all of the iCloud messages in this case that include Katherine Magbanua are ones that we have from Charles Adelson's iCloud.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there were also things that were deleted from that iCloud, right?
There were, yes.
I want to ask you about the message that they showed you. I've marked this as states 132. I'd enter this in, Judge, as an admission, states 132.
fine with that one, we wouldn't need a recross on that.
All right. So you don't have any objection to it?
To that document being entered in, no, no objection.
All right. It'll be minute. Now, the last, I know that I've been provided this before, and the last one that I have is 128 that's coming in, and I want to make sure our numbering's right. So you want this as 132?
Yes, sir. These are the same texts that the defense asked the witness about.
All right, so states 132 is admitted.
Okay, this is what you were shown by the defense to record it.
I was asked about these texts, yes.
Okay. What time is this saying that, so it looks like Charlie Adelson here is saying, are you gonna take the kids to the beach, it's so nice,
Yes, and that's at 12:13 p.m.
12:13 p.m.?
Yes,
And the times and locations that we were looking at earlier, that was from 9:44 to 10:31.
correct.
Okay. And so then she says, it's beautiful, probably the pool. What time was that?
12:18.
Okay. Then what time did she say she got back from the pool? Back from the pool, I'm sorry.
4:54 p.m.
Okay. Does that indicate she was at the pool the morning of July 19th?
It does not.
Does that indicate that her children were with her from 9:44 to 10:30 a.m.?
It does not.
All right, I want to ask you specifically, can you go back to the slide we were just looking at? Or let me put this back over to you. Now, we saw that, can you go to the next one that shows that she has the 1123 communication? Okay. You were able to get a location for the 1123 location, or time. What location was that?
Excuse me. That location was a cell site south of the one that she was communicating with when she was consistent with Mr. Rivera. So it's a little south from that previous location.
Okay, can you go to your next slide? And the one after that is too? Thank you. You said that cell site, her communication here is more consistent with Yindra Mascaro's residence than it is with Luis Rivera's residence.
That's correct.
And so all of those text messages that we just saw where she said she might go to the pool that day, referencing her children later in the day, that was all after she was consistent with Mascaro's residence around 1123.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, you were asked about comfort rental car. We don't know when the car was taken back. I do want to bring something to your attention, though. You said that you received GPS pings, or that comfort rental car receives GPS pings every several hours for these cars. It's not a constant thing, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you the GPS pings that we have in this case for the car rented in June. You can look at the bottom of that location. Each location map at the bottom will tell you the date and time. When is the last GPS ping that we have for that car that was rented in June by Sigfredo Garcia?
Well, I believe the last is going to be June June 6th. Yes, the morning of June 6th.
Okay, and that was when the car was consistent with being at Katherine Magbanua's home?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the last location that we have for that car. And then we see that Miss Magbanua's cell phone or handset is back consistent with the Comfort rental car location that afternoon,
That's correct.
communicating with that same cell site. And you said that she had only been to that location or communicating with that cell site one other time in June, and that was on June 2nd?
Yes, I do want to make sure I said that correctly the last time. For this particular cell site and sector that we say is consistent with Comfort Rent-A-Car, 3 periods of time, it would be the June 2nd, the June 6th, and then a time in March or April of 2015.
Okay. One other thing in June, could you show us I think it was around 61, the Katherine Magbanua's communication with the Luis Rivera 934 number?
And this is during the June trip.
Yes, sir. Can you go to, yes, sir, thank you. All right, so I just want to be clear. We have 2 numbers for Luis Rivera in this case. One is the one that's the 570 number, right?
Yes, we have at least 2 numbers.
Okay. And the 570 number is the one that he was actually using during the summer of 2014 that we have call detail records for.
That's correct.
And that's the number that he and Katherine Magbanua called each other and had actual communication on July 19th.
That's correct.
And he called her first that day.
He did.
She then called him back and they exchanged a few different calls.
That's correct.
All right. And that's the one that you were telling us about his locations on a second ago.
That's correct.
And she never, other than that day, never talks to that 570 number again, right?
I believe there are at least a couple of events after that, but that was the first time.
Thank you. Nothing prior to that.
Correct.
That whole summer. Okay. And he called her first from that number.
He did.
It's not a number that she had that she called.
That I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, looking at this number, though, this number, the one that starts with the 305-934, so I'll just call it at 934, that's the number that you said the defendant had in her phone, and what was the contact name?
It was listed as Tato.
Okay. And can you tell us, she called this number how many times in June?
Just once in June.
And that's what we have here?
Yes.
And she calls it at 10:59 and 17 seconds after 2 outgoing calls to Sigfredo Garcia?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after she calls, and what duration are those calls, the 10:57 and the 10:58?
They're 31 and 34 seconds.
Can you tell whether they connected or went to voicemail?
I cannot.
Okay. After she calls his number twice with those short durations, she then calls Luis Rivera's number, and then does she call Garcia's number immediately again thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like she then sends a text to Sigfredo Garcia immediately after that?
That's correct.
So she's only calls Luis Rivera's 934 number one time in June?
Objection leading, asked and answered.
She hasn't completed her question yet, so overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection leading, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
And she's calling it, is she calling it during a time that she's also trying to get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. Same thing for July. Is she also trying to get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia during that time?
She is at different points, yes.
Okay. And she calls the Luis Rivera number how many times in July?
I believe twice.
Okay. And both the June call and the 2 July calls are on their trips to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
Okay. The defense asked you about the pattern of communication. when I'm talking about patterns of communication, I mean Donna Adelson never calls Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia or Luis Rivera.
Correct.
Okay. It's Donna Adelson contacting Charlie Adelson who's contacting Katherine Magbanua, and Magbanua who's contacting Garcia or Rivera.
Correct.
You got a problem with one. This one's missing, so.
Can you show me what we're missing?
So these are all 1 hour off. So see how that's 8:03, 7:03, 8:03. So push it forward an hour. That would be 1:40. So you're missing one right there. Hold on. Let me. Okay. And then the note, which would be at 1:43. You're missing that as well too. So you're missing 2 entries. But otherwise, you're fine with it.
This day we're talking about 17.
Yeah. So all of these are 7:2.
I'm going to ask him, I'm not going to move this in, but I'm going to ask him about this as well first.
Well, let me review that because I haven't seen that.
Just these three.
How are you going to do? Oh, you're going to ask them about that. That's their note. No, they're not entering. They're asking questions about those. No.
A couple of questions about information from the iCloud on July 1st, Charlie Adelson's iCloud. On the July 1st messages, do you see any iCloud messages about the domestic incident, giving us any more insight into that?
I do not.
On July 1st, I'm talking about?
I do not.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization of a domestic incident. I don't believe that Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson were married.
All right, overruled.
Did you see anything that gave us any insight into any type of incident on July 1st from the iCloud?
I did not.
Okay. Looking at July 2nd, defense asked you a question. I can't remember exactly what it was, but something about them having a conversation about the incident that happened the day before on July 1st. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything here where Charlie Adelson says anything other than "this sucks" as far as how their conversation begins?
I'm sorry. He does say other things. He does say this really sucks.
Okay. How does the conversation begin? Could you read it to us?
It begins with, from Ms. Magbanua, I haven't slept at all. I spoke to him. I'm so angry and hurt. I don't even know what to do with myself.
Okay, and this was at what time on July 2nd?
This is 8:03 p.m.
Okay, and then what does he say in response?
Mr. Adelson responds this really sucks.
Okay, and then what does Ms. Magbanua say in response?
I just don't like the fact that someone else thinks they can make the decisions in my life and to apologize for shit when it's too fucking late.
Okay, what does she say next?
Actually, I believe, she says, I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages.
Objection. Just for clarification, I believe that it's Charles Adelson saying that.
All right, yeah, just let's make sure who was clear on the record, who's stating what.
But withdrawn.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that, it shows as incoming to him
From who?
from Ms. Magbanua.
And what does it say about the message?
I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is fucking retarded and so childish, but whatever.
And so,
So on the second, she's referencing that someone was childish to leave a message.
Yes,
Okay. And July 1st was the day that you have Garcia leaving a message, leaving a voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
that's correct.
Okay. And then you said that you have Katherine Magbanua calling Harvey Adelson's phone. Was that right before or right after Garcia left him a voicemail?
It was after.
Okay. So you have Garcia calling Harvey Adelson's phone, leaving a voicemail, and then Katherine Magbanua calling Harvey Adelson's phone. And does that call connect?
It does.
Okay. And does it go to voicemail?
It does.
Okay. Is the duration even shorter than Garcia's duration with Adelson's voicemail?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you have him calling the 30-second voicemail, then her calling an even shorter message, and then the next morning, her complaining about this to Charlie Adelson, him saying this sucks, and her saying that leaving a message was so childish.
Yes.
All right, I want to show you this one that I've pre-marked and shown to the defense as 129. I want to ask you about this one. Did she say something at 12:10 p.m. on March 12th about dinner the night before?
She does.
What does she say?
The message is, I guess, I don't know, he called me and said, have a nice dinner, and to never call him again. I'm like, WTF, question mark.
And what does she say after that?
There's some other exchange, but
No,
she,
this
oh,
after.
he's acting like a child. I don't even call him unless it has to do with the kids.
Okay, and then she says, I love you.
Baby, I love you too. I can't stand not hugging you before we go to bed and not waking up with you.
Okay.
To you.
Is there any indication of what Charlie Adelson said to prompt this response from her about he told me to have a nice dinner and not call him again?
There is not.
Okay. And am I missing any messages here?
We could be.
But there's nothing in the iCloud that we can see that shows that.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you about one more. Or actually, two more. The defense showed you one from August where Katherine Magbanua, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she said something like, go on with your life, have a great life.
To that effect, yes.
Do they never communicate again after that?
Oh, they definitely communicate after that.
Okay, so she and Charles Adelson continue to communicate after that text.
They do, yes.
That's not the end of their relationship.
It's not.
Who contacted who more in August and September? Did Charlie contact Katherine more, or did Katherine contact Charlie more?
I don't recall specifically who was initiating more. I know that I've looked at that. But I believe in looking at the communications, Ms. Magbanua more. Just in looking at the messages.
Were they still talking several times a week?
Yes.
He showed you a message where his mother asked if he was eloping with Katherine Magbanua in June of 2014, and he said, no, there's a goodbye tour, and we're going on a goodbye tour in Key West. Does it say goodbye to who in those messages?
It does not.
Could be goodbye to Katherine Magbanua, or it could be goodbye to Daniel Markel. You don't know.
I don't.
I have one more that I want to enter into evidence as states 130.
All right, did you show that to defense counsel?
Yes,
I think so, yeah.
Any objection?
I didn't have any objection to any of them.
All right, so states exhibit 130 is admitted.
Do you consider this conversation evidence of a communication between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia?
I did not.
Why not?
I believe from the content of the communication, it's very clear that the communication did not happen, that Mr. Adelson is being sarcastic in his response, and that at least at this point, Mr. Garcia doesn't even have a phone number for Mr. Adelson. Not quite sure how he would get one if it's not posted online.
So Miss Magbanua says to Mr. Adelson, "Did Tudo call your phone?"
Correct.
So she appears to be worried that that may have happened.
Correct.
And then he says, "Actually, he did. He invited me to go deep sea fishing. It was so nice." Sorry, go deep sea fishing. He was so nice. And then she responds, "I'm serious."
Yes.
That's why you took that as a joke?
Well, I think the deep sea fishing is a little sarcasm, and of course, she says yes, that she's being serious, indicating that he's not.
Was there any record of a call from Garcia to Charlie Adelson anywhere in the phone records?
No.
At this point, Judge, that was my last question, but I would ask to approach about one topic.
All right. All right, Ms. Dugan, you've completed your redirect?
No more questions on redirect, Judge?
All right. Okay, Sergeant, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's wait till the witness is out of the courtroom. All right, Ms. Dugan, you have a request?
Yes, sir. At this time, Judge, the state would ask to play state 133, and ask to move it into evidence as an admission.
State Exhibit 133. All right, and what's the content? What is the content? Not the specific content, but what is, where is this content from?
This was from a prior statement made by the defendant on October 9th, 2019.
And it was in response to what?
Questions by Ms. Katherine.
All right, it'll be admitted as states 133, subject to any previous objections that were made. Okay, this is just a short recording for the jury to hear.
Techs do not believe that Mr. Garcia was actually inviting Mr. Adelson to go deep sea fishing.
You mean Charlie inviting, oh, Mr. Garcia inviting him? No, I believe not.
That was a joke.
I would take it as a joke. I mean, from reading it, being sarcastic.
Well, not just reading it, it was, you were involved in the text, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so was it a joke or not?
To me, yes, it was a joke.
Okay, so you were worried about Mr. Garcia contacting Mr. Adelson,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't have any knowledge whether he did or that he actually did.
No.
Okay. Why are your lawyers trying to suggest that Mr. Garcia contacted Mr. Adelson?
Why are they trying to suggest that he contacted him?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Charlie Adelson was the one paying for this murder?
Just repeat that question again.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Mr. Adelson was the one behind this whole thing?
Well, what time?
Ever?
I believe not.
All right, okay. We're going to break for lunch now. It's 12:30. Okay, we'll break for an hour. We'll give you to 1:30, and then we'll come back and start the testimony again at that time. Please, no conversations with each other, nothing on the internet, no news reports, and we'll see everybody back here at 1:30 to start back with the testimony. Okay? Thank you very much. All right, jurors out of the courtroom, the door is closed. Ms. Kappelman, do you intend to start the afternoon session with Ms. Umchinda?
I don't know, Judge, we're having to make some accommodations to witnesses.
Okay.
So I don't.
All right.
It'll either probably be Ms. Inchinda or Ms. Scarra Velasquez.
Okay. All right, and, all right, anything else before we break for lunch?
Yes, Your Honor. When we were sidebar, Ms. Dugan explained that there was a limited statement that she was going to play, and it had to do specifically with the text messages. And we trusted that that's what they were going to present. But Your Honor heard that there was a line of questioning at the end of it where Ms. Kappelman was talking about knowledge of the murder. And obviously that was not part of the topic that was going to be played. But I would want to state for the record now, the government has now opened up the door to a whole bunch of other parts of her testimony by bringing in that little snippet and then cutting it off, that in asking the question about the knowledge of the murder, which had nothing to do with the text messages. So the government wanted to present something about the text messages. They should have done just that. They've opened up the door now pretty much to all of the testimony as to any knowledge. Because that is our defense, that there is no knowledge, but now you need to have the entire testimony to be able to understand that.
Ms. Dugan?
I don't recall anything in her testimony that there was any knowledge, so I don't know how that would be taken out of context, or, the rule of completeness would be needed for that.
All right, I'm not going to find that it is. The focus of that testimony was in regards to the messages and what the intent or of the messages were. And so if you're making any request, I don't know what your request is, but I'm not going to find that it expands any type of rule of completeness to play the entire trial transcript of the previous trial. Okay, we are in recess until 1:30. We'll start back up with the testimony at that time. seated. All right. Ms. Kappelman, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated. Thank you, everyone, for your timeliness and your patience. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and the state may call its next witness. All right. Ms. Velasquez Mascaro, please. Good afternoon. If you could please come up to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Sure. It's Yendra, Yindra, Velasquez, Velazquez, Mascaro, Mascaro.
Thank you. And what city do you live in?
Miami, Florida.
Are you currently working?
I am.
Okay, and what's your job?
I am a title agent for the state of Florida and the state of Georgia.
Do you know Katherine Magbanua?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's a childhood friend, and she's the godmother to my children, to one of my children.
And did y'all go to high school together?
We did.
Did y'all stay in contact after high school, or did y'all lose touch?
Not really. We lost touch, and then we reconnected.
Do you remember when y'all reconnected?
Yes, October 2011.
Okay. Was it? Do you know that specific date because it was like a special occasion for you?
Yes, it was my 25th birthday.
Okay. So the night of your 25th birthday is when y'all reconnected?
That's correct.
Okay, and then maintained a friendship again after that?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He is the father of her children.
Okay. Did you also go to high school with him?
Not really. I really didn't see him much. I know that he was around, but I didn't really see him much in high school.
Did he and Katherine Magbanua date in high school?
They did.
And did they continue to kind of have a relationship off and on again from high school to 2016?
Yes, they did.
Okay. What about Luis Rivera?
I also know him from childhood.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Katherine Magbanua knew Luis Rivera?
She did.
Okay, and how did she know him?
Through Sigfredo.
Was she closer to Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia closer to Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo was closer to Luis.
Okay. Were Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera kind of like brothers?
Yes.
Prior to Rivera or Garcia's arrest, did you know that Luis Rivera was in a gang?
I did not.
All right, so I want to go back to when you and Katherine Magbanua reconnected at your 25th birthday, you said in October of 2011. What was she doing for a living at the time?
She was doing promos for liquor brands, and also she started working at a dental office.
What does like doing promos for liquor brands, what does that mean?
So if there's a specific liquor that wants to be promoted within a club or anything like that, they'll do promotions within that club or outside of the club to try to, have the brand within the club, the establishment.
And to people that do that work, they might ask people if they want a taste of a certain liquor in a club or at a liquor store?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know the name of the place that, or the, I guess, company she worked for doing that?
I do not.
And you said that would have been in 2011?
Yes.
All right. At some point, you said she's also working at a dental office. What was the name of that dental office?
Sophie Dental.
How do you, is that SOFI?
That's correct.
Okay, and that stands for like south of 5th in Miami Beach?
That's correct.
Okay. When did she start working at Sophie Dental?
It's around the same time that we reconnected, so at the latter part of 2011.
Was she working at Sophie Dental in 2013?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, just a second. At some point while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she stop doing the liquor promotion?
She did. She was only working at Sophie Dental. At one point, she stopped doing the promotions all until.
And while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she get a job as a bartender somewhere?
She did.
Okay, and where was that?
Club Fate.
Where is Club Fate?
It was in Gulfstream Park in Broward County, Florida.
It's not around anymore?
No, I don't think it's open anymore.
In Gulfstream Park, that's kind of like in between Miami and Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, so it's right before, it's like Hollandale Beach, which is the break between Miami-Dade County and Broward County in Florida.
Okay. And so while she's working at Fate, while she's working at Sophie, she gets this job at Fate?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when she began working at Fate?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you a prior statement of yours where you talked about that?
Sure.
Okay.
It's her witness. It's her witness.
Okay. If you could reach just page 44 there to yourself and let me know when you're done. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when was it that she was working as a bartender at Fade and also working at the dental office?
The latter part of 2013.
Okay, so latter part of 2013, she's at both Sophie Dental and Fate.
Yes.
All right, and was she still doing liquor promotions at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did she eventually stop working in the dental office?
She did.
What was Club Fate like
Just
back in 2013-ish area?
just a regular nightclub. The regulars would go there. It was, Gulfstream Park is a really big establishment where they have different bars and restaurants. So just your regular nightclub.
Okay. And how long did she work at Club Fate?
Just a couple of months.
And did she work as just a bartender at Club Fate or a bartender and a waitress?
She did both at one point, but then she ultimately just started bartending in total.
Okay. Did she eventually leave Club Fate after a
did.
few months? Okay. Why did she leave Club Fate?
They were having some accounting issues that she told me about, that, the checks were bouncing. So she was like, this is not for me, and she left.
So checks bouncing, obviously, she was receiving a paycheck. It wasn't coming through.
That is correct.
Okay. After she quit Fate because of not getting paid, did she get another job?
Yes,
And where was that?
at Hollywood Live.
And what is Hollywood Live?
It's another club. It's smaller than, this club. It's more of a locals place in Hollywood, Florida.
Okay. And can you tell me anything else about the club? Like what you say it's like a local place. Are they known for anything in particular? Can you
It was a
describe
Haitian club.
Okay.
So it was a lot
Did
of
you
the
say
Haitian community.
Haitian or?
Haitian.
Haitian,
Yes.
okay.
A lot of the Haitian community would go there. Everybody pretty much knew each other. They had like live bands sometimes. They had salsa classes,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And what did she do at Hollywood Live?
At one point, she was bartending and doing bottle service, and then I stayed doing bottle service, and she ultimately was only bartending.
I've left a couple of items up on the witness stand for you that have been previously shown to the defense.
Okay.
86A through D.
Okay.
If you could grab them, those are the Google Maps. Just want to ask you about those. Do you recognize what you see in those pictures?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Are those true and accurate depictions of where Hollywood Live is located and kind of the front of Hollywood Live?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, I'd move in 86A through D.
Any objection?
Your Honor, my only objection is I haven't seen that, and I don't know when that picture was taken. Was that in 2016 or?
All right, well, I thought they'd previously seen that.
We've previously shown the defense all of our evidence, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and make sure that Ms. Kawash knows which one that we're dealing with, please.
Yes, Your Honor, so my objection would be to 86B, because she has no idea when this picture was taken. I believe it was taken in 2021.
All right,
It's
well,
not a fair and accurate representation.
I thought we were just dealing with the map at this time.
It's a map and a picture of the front of the club, which I asked her whether those were true and accurate depictions of the location in the front of the club.
All right, they'll be admitted as states 86A through D.
Did you see the other?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also going to ask her about states 35. Which, okay.
That's already admitted or not? No.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I just want to ask you a couple of questions about Hollywood Live. This is 86A for the record. Can you zoom out? All right. Obviously, map of a part of Florida we're seeing here.
Yes.
Okay. This is Miami down here.
That's correct.
And up here, just so you see where we are, this is Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This little arrow, this is showing where Hollywood Live is located.
Yes.
And you said it's in the town of Hollywood.
Yes.
Okay. 86B, so a little closer of a view of where Hollywood Live is here.
That's correct.
Would this be kind of like looking at the exact street that Hollywood Live is on?
Yes.
And just for the record, is it here next to the OM spot across from the subway?
Yes.
Okay. On Highway 20?
Yes.
And looking at 86B, what do we see here?
The front of the club.
Okay. So if you're driving by, this is what Hollywood Live looks like.
Yes.
Did you work at Hollywood Live at the same time as Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at Hollywood Live?
I was a bottle service girl.
Okay, and you said that Katherine Magbanua did bottle service, then went to bartending?
Yes.
Okay. What is bottle service?
So basically, people come to the club, they order a bottle, and then you have to come out. You come out with a sparkler, you serve them, and you're their waitress ultimately throughout the evening, depending on how many tables you have throughout the night.
Okay. And that's what you did there?
Yes.
All right, so how long did Katherine Magbanua work at Hollywood Live?
She also did work there for a couple of months, just like in Club Fate.
What was the last
Just
part?
like in Club Fate.
Okay. So a couple of months meaning like 2 or 3 months, or a couple of months like over 6 months?
About 6 months, I want to say.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you, for the record, page 36 of your deposition, lines 2 through 6.
Your Honor, objection, improper refreshing or impeachment.
All right, is there a question or what?
I asked her how long Katherine Magbanua worked in Hollywood Live, and now
All right.
I'm showing her,
Well, she answered the question,
yes, sir.
so she doesn't need to refresh if she's answered the question.
Yes, sir, it's an impeachment.
The state can't.
All right, well, then you can do the impeachment from right there. But if you want to show it to her, you can.
Your Honor, the case law is clear. The state may not impeach their own witness.
And we can't call a witness for the sole purpose of impeachment.
All right, I'll allow you to show that to her. Make sure that Ms. Kawaz knows what page we're dealing with.
Yes, sir. Just looking at page 36, line 2 through 6.
All right.
Is that, I apologize, Judge, definitely. Okay, thank you.
36, 2 through 6.
And I know this was a while ago, and you
Yeah.
gave another state, right. Reading your deposition, you said at that point that how long had she been at Hollywood Live was the question, and you said a couple of months. It couldn't have been more than that, maybe 2 or 3 months?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll just object to improper impeachment. That's exactly what she does.
Overruled.
All right. How does Hollywood Live pay their employees?
It was an all-cash place.
Okay. So they wouldn't pay in a paycheck at all?
At all.
Okay. And did you ever fill out an employment application or any other type of employment records with them?
Nothing.
Just straight up cash business?
Yes, they had my first name and my phone number.
Okay.
That's it.
So you show up and you keep what you're tipped and you go home?
That's it.
Okay. How long did you work at Hollywood Live?
Also a couple of months, I quit right around July. So I only worked there a couple of months.
Okay. Do you remember, I guess, the exact date that you decided to no longer work there?
Yes, 4th of July.
4th of July?
Yes.
Why do you remember that date so vividly?
Because I found out I was pregnant that day.
Okay. Now, did Katherine Magbanua quit working at Hollywood Live before you or after you?
Before me.
So she would have quit then before July 4th of 2014?
That's correct.
About how long did you work at Hollywood Live after Katherine Magbanua quit?
About 2 months.
So the timeline would have been, she no longer works there, about 2 months passed, you find out that you're pregnant on July 4th, and then you stop working there that month as well.
That's correct.
Okay. July 4th of 2014, I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know why she quit working at Hollywood Live?
She just said that she didn't want to do the club scene anymore.
How much would you make per night at Hollywood Live on average?
On an average night that it wasn't busy, maybe $100, $200 on that night.
So an average night, $100 or $200. What about a really good night?
Anywhere between $400 and $500.
And was that's what you would make on like one of your best nights there?
That's correct.
Okay. And on average, 100, maybe between 100 or 200. How often would you have a night where you make like $400 or $500?
It wasn't very often. It was like, unless it was like birthday parties or like something like that really going on, or like a special event that they had, because sometimes they had bands that would come in. Unless it was like that, it was very busy. Those were really the only nights.
Okay. So would that be like once a month or
Yeah,
less or
probably
more?
once or twice a month. It wasn't very often.
Okay. So your average nights, 100 to 200. One of your best nights, 400 to 500, and you could do that like once a month there?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would Katherine Magbanua work at Hollywood Live?
We would pretty much work around the same time. We worked on the weekends because I had a regular 9-to-5 job, so I could only work on the weekends. So I normally would only work, I would work Fridays and Saturdays, and she would pretty much work the same.
So a Friday and a Saturday?
That's correct.
And those are probably, I mean, like the busiest nights at a nightclub, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she would have been doing the Fridays and Saturdays. That would have been then about around 2 months prior to July of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell me about, did you then go to a dermatologist's office after that?
She did.
Okay. What was that called? Do you remember?
Broward Dermatology.
Okay. And who was her boss there?
Charlie's ex-roommate, or his roommate at the time.
And when you say Charlie, you mean Charles Adelson? Charlie
I do.
Adelson? Okay. And I'll talk to him, we'll talk more about him in just a second, but
Okay.
Charlie Adelson's friend and former roommate was the doctor and the boss at Broward Dermatology.
Yes.
Do you remember what his name is?
I do not.
Okay. How long did Katherine Magbanua work at Broward Dermatology?
She didn't work there very long at all. A couple months as well.
A few months? Okay.
Yes.
Where did she work after leaving the dermatology office?
She was working with me again at Optimar Realty.
Okay. So it went the Liquor Promotions, Sophie Dental, Fate, Hollywood Live, Broward Dermatology, Optimar Realty.
Correct.
Okay. And what was she doing at Optimar? Or let me ask you first, at Broward Dermatology, do you know what she did there?
I believe she was doing insurance verification, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
That's
kind of
what
like
she
front office clerical work?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what about at Optimar Realty?
She was the assistant to one of the realtors there.
Did she work anywhere in between Hollywood Live and Broward Dermatology?
I'm not aware.
Okay. How are you paid at Optimar Realty?
Me, myself, I worked within the real estate office. I did not work for the real estate office. I worked independently with a title company that was located within the real estate office. So I was paid bi-weekly direct deposit.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of how Katherine Magbanua was paid?
I do not.
How long did she work as an assistant or at Optimar Realty with a realtor?
She worked there right up until May of 2016.
Okay. Was that up until Sigfredo Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
Okay. Did she work there a full month or less than a month?
Probably about a month.
About a month?
Yeah.
And she stopped working as of the day Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
What did Katherine Magbanua tell you about whether Garcia provided financial support for her and the kids before 2016?
So she did tell me that it was very hard for her to get money from him, as support for the children. It was always a struggle to get money from him.
Okay. And what did Katherine Magbanua actually do in January 2015 to try to force him to support her and the kids financially?
I believe she had gone to an attorney. She had mentioned that she had gone to an attorney to get child support from him formally.
To have him put on child support?
That's correct.
Did Garcia ever have a steady job?
Not that I know of until the very last job, which was really the only job that I knew of. He was working for a capital funding company.
Okay. Was it Rapid Capital Funding? Does
That's
that sound
correct.
familiar? Okay. And that was like 2016
Yes.
time? Okay. And once he started working there, at that point, he started helping her financially more?
Yes.
Prior to that, you said you don't know of any steady employment for him?
I do not.
Okay. All right. So you mentioned Charles Adelson earlier. How did you know him?
They were dating. Katie and him were dating.
Okay. And Katie, is that Katherine Magbanua's nickname?
Yes.
Okay. How did she meet Charles Adelson?
She met him at the dental office that she was previously working at.
Was that the Sophie Dental?
Yes.
Okay. And she was working there, you said, back in 2013?
Yes.
Was he like a dentist there, or what was his role there?
No, so he's a periodontist, so he would come in only if they needed to have a surgery done or something like that. He wasn't employed fully for that Sophie Dental. He would just come in as a specialist.
Okay. So he goes there, he meets her, at some point they start dating, or would that be around the end of 2013?
Yes.
About how long did they date?
I want to say a year.
Okay. So, and you said, when did they start dating? Around about?
2013 about.
Okay. So, if they started dating at the end of 2013, you're saying then they would dated till the end of 2014?
Yes, more or less.
And I don't want to put, you previously said they started at the end of 2013 in prior statements, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't want to put words in your mouth. All right, so did you ever meet Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did she bring him around like all the time, or what was that like?
No, I met him twice, once in a social setting, and the other time was the day of the picture.
Okay, the picture I'll ask you about in a second.
Yeah.
All right, did she talk about Charlie Adelson a lot?
Not too much.
When she was dating Charlie Adelson, was Garcia still in the picture?
Yes,
Okay, they had children together, right?
that's correct.
Okay. Did Katherine Magbanua try to keep Charles Adelson separate, though, from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Okay, so they're not all hanging out together, anything like that?
No.
Was Sigfredo Garcia jealous of Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Did Sigfredo Garcia ever confront Charlie Adelson?
I only know of one instance, and it wasn't, he didn't like talk to him really. It was.
And how do you know about this? Let me ask you first of all.
Katie told me about it.
Can you tell me what she said?
She stated that they were leaving her apartment when she lived in North Bay Village, and that he blocked the car that they were in because they were going out. They were going jet skiing, if I'm not mistaken, and that he blocked the car, like, for them not to be able to leave.
Okay. Garcia blocked
Correct.
Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua for leaving.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that Garcia, from what she told you, Garcia and Charlie never talked, but he was creating some type of disturbance.
scene.
Garcia was causing
Yeah.
a scene. Okay. What did she tell you about what happened? Like, how did it end?
Oh, they just ended up driving off.
Okay.
After he eventually moved the car and they just drove off.
Okay. So there's never any direct communication, but it's screaming, yelling, causing a scene, and then they leave.
Yes.
Now, after that, I guess, like, bout of jealousy, disturbing a scene, or causing a scene by Garcia, did Katherine Magbanua tell you about something Garcia did that embarrassed her?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She told me that he retrieved, or what he thought was, Charlie's phone number from her cell phone. And it ended up being that it wasn't Charlie's phone number, it was actually his father's phone number, and that he left a very nasty voicemail on the phone.
He leaves a very nasty voicemail for Charlie's dad.
Yes, but he thought it was Charlie that he was leaving the voicemail for, but it ended up being Harvey.
Okay. And how did she feel that her ex has called her boyfriend's dad and left a nasty voicemail?
She was really embarrassed.
Yeah. Do you remember when all this would have happened?
I'm sorry, what would have happened?
When Sigfredo Garcia is blocking the driveway and making a scene?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Would it your refresher recollection to see what, if anything, you said about when that could have occurred from your
Sure.
deposition?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, I'm looking at page 52 of the deposition, lines 20 through 22. I know you may not know the exact date. Do you remember whether you were pregnant or not yet?
I was not.
Now, when Charlie Adelson was dating Katherine Magbanua, from what she told you, did he have like a house on the water,
Yes.
multiple vehicles, including a Ferrari,
Yes.
a boat?
Yes.
During the time that Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson were dating, did Katherine Magbanua get a breast augmentation?
She did.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I was full on pregnant at the time, so I want to say it was at the end of 2014.
And how did she find the doctor to perform the breast augmentation?
I believe Charlie knew the doctor, and recommended the doctor.
Did she tell you how much it was going to cost?
She approximated that it would be around $6,000 or $7,000. That was her approximate.
Okay. So she didn't say it costs this amount of dollars and this amount of cents, but she thought that it might be about that.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who took care of Katherine Magbanua during her recovery from the breast augmentation?
Yes, Sigfredo took care of her.
Okay. But she was still, you think she was still seeing Charlie Adelson at the time?
Yes,
Have you ever met Charlie Adelson's sister, Wendi Adelson?
I have.
And when was that you met her?
Father's Day weekend
Of what year?
of 2014.
Okay. Did I show, or where was that you met her?
At Charlie's parents' house at the residence off of, I believe they live on 2nd Street, if I'm not mistaken, downstairs by the pool.
Okay. And did I show you earlier, which states Exhibit 35, I believe, a picture from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you remember from that day?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move States 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 35 is admitted. Yes.
It's myself on the far right, Wendi in the middle, and Katie on the left.
And you said Father's Day of 2014, so that would have been in June of 2014?
Correct.
Do you remember around the time that Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson broke up?
I don't recall.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your trial testimony where you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay.
I have something.
You have it? Okay.
Is it this?
Yeah.
Okay.
If, thank you. I would have been looking all
Hold
over.
on one
the-
second. Let's make sure, I don't want her reading other portions of it, if that.
Yes,
So
sir.
are you going to a specific page? And do you have a copy of it?
I have a copy, Judge. I just didn't know it was up there open and.
All right, well, she had referred to it once before. I think it stayed on the same page. I can't see it. But
Have
is there a
you-
particular page that you want her to refer to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you could look at page 54, lines 18 through 21 of your trial transcript.
What was the line number?
18 through 21.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Did that refresh your recollection about when you remember them breaking up?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was either January or February of 2015.
And from what you were told, who, if anybody, told you any details of their breakup?
There really wasn't any details. It was amicable. They just broke up.
Did she tell you who broke up with who?
She did not.
Okay. If you could look back at those looking at lines 18 through 19 of page 54.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm gonna object at this point just to improper refresh or impeachment. She hasn't said she doesn't remember that.
She's refreshing her recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection about who broke up with who?
Yes.
And who was that?
She broke up with Mr. Adelson.
Katherine Magbanua broke up with Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Now, you said that would have been January, February 2015. Did Katherine Magbanua ever get back with Sigfredo Garcia after that?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in May of 2015.
Okay. Do you remember a specific occasion that was going on that helps you remember when that was?
Yes, we went to watch the Manny Pacquiao fight.
And so beginning in May of 2015, when that fight was, that's kind of when they got back together and stayed together after that?
Yes, that evening.
Okay. And did they begin, and when I say they, I mean Garcia and Katherine Magbanua begin living together after they got back together in May of 2015?
Yes, they did.
All right. Back in 2014, did Katherine Magbanua drive a Mazda vehicle?
She did.
All right. At some point in 2015, did it break down?
Yeah, it was having some issues.
All right. After it broke down, did Charlie Adelson give Katherine Magbanua a car?
Yes.
All right. And how do you know that he gave her the car?
She stated that he had given her the car to help her get her kids around and stuff like that.
Okay. So she said he gave it to her, not that she bought it from him.
Yeah, that he let her use it in order for her to get her kids around and stuff.
Okay. Were you aware of her giving him any money for the car?
No.
In that car?
Yes.
I mean, in that picture?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize it to be?
That's the Lexus that she was driving at the time.
And what color is it?
Black.
Was it new?
No, but it was in really good shape.
Okay, so used but in good shape?
Yeah.
Can you describe and have you ever been inside the car
Yes.
and seen it in person from the outside?
Yes.
What condition was it in?
It was in really good condition. It was pristine.
When Charlie Adelson gave her that Lexus, who was she in a relationship with at the time?
With Sigfredo.
Okay. All right, how often would you watch Katherine Magbanua's children?
Not often at all.
Was there a time that she asked you to watch her children in July of 2014?
Yes.
And what was your address in July of 2014?
10735 Northeast 9th Place.
Maybe 9th Ave?
9th Ave,
Okay.
Biscayne Park.
All right. And how long did the kids stay with you in July of 2014?
It was just one night.
Okay. The next morning, after the kids woke up, did you speak to Ms. Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. What did she tell you that had happened?
She told me that Charlie's brother-in-law had gotten into an accident.
What type of accident did she say that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law had?
A car accident.
Did you have any idea at the time that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law had actually been murdered?
No, ma'am.
The day before? Okay. You didn't realize that until Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
In May of 2016, when Garcia was arrested, were he and Katherine Magbanua still together at that point?
Yes.
Did you have plans with both of them around the time that he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Where were y'all going to go?
We were going to Disney.
Okay. And was that going to be a couple days later?
Yeah, we were supposed to go to Disney that same weekend.
Okay, so he was arrested on a weekday, and then that weekend y'all were supposed to go?
Yes.
All right. And then y'all didn't end up going to Disney, right?
I went.
You went. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Katherine Magbanua did not.
She did not.
Okay. How much contact did you have with Katherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
Not too much. I would just, ask her how the kids were doing, how she was doing. Very, nothing too in-depth. Just wanted to make sure that she was okay.
Did she ever talk to you about his arrest?
No.
Are you aware of any relationship between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson's parents, Donna and Harvey?
Just a professional relationship. I believe he would do her cleanings. Harvey would do her dental cleanings, and I believe he also did pull some teeth.
Okay. So nothing other than a patient-dentist relationship?
That's correct.
Did she ever work for Adelson Institute?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever work for Charlie Adelson?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever mention to you that she'd work for Adelson Institute or Charlie Adelson?
Not indirect in telling me that she was working there, no. Just that she did tell me about Charlie helping her with some paperwork for insurance for her children because she needed to get health care for them, and that was the only way that she was able to.
Okay. My question, did she ever work for Adelson Institute, though, or Charlie Adelson, that you are aware of?
I am not aware.
You're not aware that she did?
No.
Okay. And when the statement that she did made, it was because she needed help with some paperwork. She never said, I'm working for Charlie now, or I'm working for Adelson Institute now?
No.
Right. I just want to clarify. When you say you were not pregnant yet at the time of this incident in the parking lot where Garcia caused the scene and they had to leave, you had not found out you were pregnant yet?
I had not found out I was pregnant.
Okay. So it would have been prior to July 4th of 2014?
That's correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, can you gather these items? 54 has not been admitted into evidence.
At this point, I'd ask to admit 54 into evidence.
You have any objection? 54 admitted into evidence, Ms. Kawaz?
Only improper foundation, Judge. I know she identified that as a car, but I don't know the date or time whenever that picture was taken.
Overruled. Be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 54.
All right, I'm looking here at 54. Which one was the car that you said was the Lexus that Charlie Adelson gave to Katherine Magbanua?
The vehicle on the right,
The vehicle on the right here?
that one right there.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mascaro. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
You doing well?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to take you back to the time because you are one of the very few people that know all of the, what the state likes to call the players in this case, right?
Correct.
You had a personal relationship with Ms. Magbanua.
Yes.
You had a personal relationship with Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
And you knew of Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you all as a group kind of all grew up in the same area and all went to high school together?
Yes.
Okay. Just because you all know each other doesn't mean you're all super, super close.
No.
All right. Now, you've known Katie since she was in high school, right?
Yes.
That would be Miami Beach Senior High?
Yes.
All right. Now, you weren't that close in high school, but you just kind of rekindled your friendship, you said, when you were on your 25th birthday, right?
Yes.
This was after you attended college at Johnson & Wales, right?
Yes.
And Katie actually went to the University of Central Florida, right?
Correct.
Right. Do you know what she got her degree in?
I don't remember. I know it was like pharmaceutical sales, maybe, something of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she did get her a degree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Katie has had 2 children at the time, right?
Yes.
All right. And there's her son, Ethan, right?
Correct.
And her daughter, Kaylee, right?
Yes.
Now, it was around the time that she had Kaylee that you two became close.
Yes.
And you remember that conversation when she, when you two rekindled, that she was saying, oh, I just had Kaylee.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you potentially bonded over, right?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe Katie as a mother?
Overruled.
She was a great mom.
Okay. Would you describe her as one of the best mothers you've ever known?
Yes.
All right. And her children are everything to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when she had Kaylee, she had just ended her relationship with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
And he was the father of both of her kids.
Correct.
And did you know why Katie broke up with Sigfredo?
She mentioned like there was a lot of drug use and stuff like that she was not okay with.
Okay.
And
Do you know which
just-
drugs?
Cocaine.
Okay. So she expressed to you that he had a cocaine problem.
Yes.
And that was a no-no in her household.
Correct.
Okay. You've never seen Catherine consume cocaine or even be near it.
No, ma'am.
Okay. That is not something that is in her lifestyle.
No.
All right. Now, at the time that she broke up with Garcia, she kicks him out of the apartment, right?
Yes.
And she is living in the apartment in North Bay Village with her 2 kids, and who else?
And her mom.
Okay. What's her mother's name?
I forgot.
Okay. But it's Katie's mom. All right.
Yes.
And Katie's mom was around helping her with the kids.
Yes.
So she had direct knowledge of everything Katie was doing at around the times that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the police ever went to interview her about any information about Katie?
Objection, speculation.
If she knows.
Interview who? I'm sorry.
Her mom.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, her mom isn't the only family she has in town, right?
No.
Okay, she has a brother, right?
Yes.
At the time, married with kids?
Yes.
Did you know where he lived?
I believe Coral Springs, if I'm not mistaken.
In Fort Lauderdale, right?
Correct.
Around the same area or in around the same vicinity or up north, like where Charlie lives?
Yes.
All right. He has kids?
He does?
All right. And you also knew Katie's mom was a nurse, right?
Correct.
All right. And she worked at, for as long as you knew her?
Yes.
All right. And do you know when she kicked Sigfredo out, where did Sigfredo end up going?
I have no idea.
All right. And Now, you are not Katie's only very close friend, female friend, right?
Correct.
You are aware of there's her other best friend, Kenya.
Yes.
She also has another female best friend, Maria.
Correct.
All right. And probably others that you don't even know about, right?
Yes.
And at this time that we're talking about, Katie was a single mother of 2 kids, right?
Yes.
You know from her firsthand knowledge of how busy a single mother can be taking care of 2 very small children, right?
Yes.
Not much time left for many activities.
No.
It's all just your kids. And especially if you don't have a father who's helping too much, it kind of all falls on you, right?
Correct.
So you'd said on direct she would sometimes do liquor promotions,
Yes.
all right? And like you said, this paid in cash.
Yes.
She also got a job as a bartender,
Yes.
all right? Paid in cash.
Yes.
And at some point you said she was doing bottle service at one of the clubs, right?
Yes.
Now, I want you to explain this to the jury because bottle service is kind of like a Miami, Vegas type. If you're not in one of the very big cities, this is not something that is, you at every single bar across America, right?
Correct.
It's this specialty thing where people can come in and they pay a ridiculous amount of money for a bottle, right?
Yes.
So it's like a bottle of Patron would probably cost $1,000.
Well, not 1,000.
Not 1,000, but
No.
something along that. It comes with the idea that you can bring all these people with you,
Yes.
and then you get your VIP table,
Correct.
and then the girls are going to come out with the bottle and the sparklers,
Yes.
and make it all a big, so everyone can see, oh, look, I'm spending my money,
Correct.
right? And then the girls get tipped at the end, right?
Yes.
And girls in this industry in Miami can make a significant amount of money, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm not even talking about where you guys work.
No.
The girls even down on South Beach can make up to the thousands, right?
That's correct.
You could even have a customer who may just take a liking to you, right?
Correct.
Drop $1,000 on you that night.
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing I do want to talk to you about before I forget. Please don't slide. Okay. And I am referring courts and counsel to what's been admitted into evidence as states Exhibit 86B. This photograph, right? Okay. Let's talk about some obvious things first, right? That's in the daytime, right?
Yes.
You have no idea when this picture was taken?
No.
Would it surprise you that it was taken during the pandemic?
Overruled. You
Would
can,
it surprise you to know that this picture was taken during the pandemic?
Yeah.
It looks closed, right?
Yeah.
There are no cars there,
No.
including the business beside us is closed.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that during the pandemic, many businesses had to close,
Yes.
especially businesses that were bars and restaurants, correct?
Yes.
Had they gone and taken a picture in 2016 at night, it might look a little different, right?
Yes.
Patrons, cars, all those things, right?
Yes.
So that picture is not a fair and accurate representation of what the club looked like when you guys worked there.
No.
Now, let's talk about some more of the problems that Katie told you that she was having with Sigfredo, right?
Okay.
Okay. She always complained that he was in and out of jail.
Yes.
She told you that not only did she not want that around her, but more importantly, she didn't want that around her kids.
Correct.
She was not happy that he was living a bachelor lifestyle,
Correct.
right? And at one point, he was actually living with a porn star.
Yes.
That would be Shrimp, right?
Correct.
Stephanie Carmona.
I don't know her real name,
But that's
I just
Shrimp.
knew her as Shrimp.
Okay.
Yes.
And she also was heavily using cocaine.
Yes.
Now, you also know Luis Rivera.
Yes.
Now, as you said, you're not that close with him, but you know of him and his family.
Yes.
He has a very big family, right?
Yes.
You went to school with a lot of his siblings.
Correct.
Okay. How many siblings does he have?
I believe he has 4 other siblings, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
And he's very close to his sister, Maria Rivera, right?
Yes.
They are like thick as thieves.
Yes.
You know her too.
I do.
She's very protective of her brother, isn't she?
Yes.
And him of her.
Yes.
Now, you weren't close to Luis.
No,
Neither was Katie, right?
no,
Sigfredo and Luis were close.
yes,
And you never heard ever in your presence Katie talking to Luis Rivera on the phone.
no,
That would be odd to you if
Yes.
they were having a conversation on the phone.
yes,
And especially, too, if she's broken up with Sigfredo at the time, there really is no reason, unless she's looking for Sigfredo, to call him.
yes,
All right? And it's fair to say that if she's trying to find Sigfredo and he's not answering his phone, the next best person to call, if she had the correct number, would be Luis Rivera.
that's correct.
All right. Now, Katie, back then, we've spoken about many jobs that she's had, right?
Yes,
Now, I know the state tried to piecemeal and like pigeonhole these time frames, but
Object to disparaging counsel.
I don't know what the question is.
I
Ask
just
the
said
question.
they were trying to pigeonhole time frames. Okay?
All right,
Truncate.
go, okay, you can continue.
Okay. They were trying to get certain time frames out of you of when Katie was doing what, right?
correct.
Now, you'd agree with me, we're talking about something 2014, we're getting close to almost 10 years ago, right?
Yes,
So would it be fair to say that if there was, for example, a record of a paycheck she received from Club Fate, that would be a better representation of when she was working there?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that the jury would rely on that more so than your memory?
yes,
Okay. So if they had records too from Hollywood Life of when she worked there, you would agree with me that that would be a better piece of evidence to rely on than your memory?
yes,
Okay. Also, too, if there are photographs of her, I'd say on her Facebook working at the club,
yes,
that would also, it says the time and date of when she actually worked there.
correct.
So when you testified on direct as to certain timeframes, is it fair to say this is as best as you can recollect?
Yes,
You may be off on some of the dates and times, right?
it's possible.
Okay. Now, around this time, how old was Ethan? Was he still a toddler?
Not a toddler, but
I may be saying that wrong. I mean, I don't know where toddler ends.
he wasn't that small.
Okay.
Because now Ethan is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, 15 maybe?
So we could say about like 7?
Yes.
Around that
Yes.
time. But still a very young child.
Yes.
Okay? Now our daughter Kaylee, though, was a baby.
Yeah, she
toddler.
was a baby.
All right. Now, this is not a situation where Mrs. Magbanua could go whenever she wanted and go spend the night at her boyfriend's house, right?
No.
Because she had to take care of her kids.
Yes.
And she couldn't leave Kaylee too much, especially if she's breastfeeding, right?
Correct.
Now, you met Charles Adelson a few months after Katie began dating him.
Yes.
And you all hung out together one night in Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, we did.
Now, isn't it true that the relationship between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua was not a serious relationship?
It was not.
Okay, it was a casual dating situation, right?
Yes.
She never expected anything to come out of this with Charles Adelson, right?
No.
Did she express to you that she was very well aware of the fact that he was kind of like a non-committal type?
Yes.
Okay. But she never expressed any frustration with that to you?
No.
And she never classified him as her boyfriend?
Never.
She never said to you she wants to marry him?
No.
And would it be fair to say that Charlie was kind of almost like a rebound
Yes.
from Sigfredo?
Yes.
As far as you knew, for 10 years, she was only dating and seeing Sigfredo.
Yes.
And so this is the first guy she sees after having a serious breakup with Sigfredo.
Yes.
Katie's not a girl that just goes around and randomly dates hundreds of guys, right?
No.
She sticks to the guy that she's seeing at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Katie and Charlie stopped dating.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said it wasn't like a big blow-up breakup,
No.
so that we can't really pinpoint the day that it occurred.
Correct.
If there was, let's say, a text message from Katherine to Sigfredo on his iCloud, that would be more of a fair, representation of when the relationship ended between them, right?
Yes.
I know you're trying to go back. You know it happened in 2015, but you can't say for certain to this jury that it was at the end of 2015.
No.
I'm sorry, 2014.
No.
Right. So, now, throughout the time from when you believe she broke up with Charlie up until Sigfredo was arrested, you were aware that they continued talking as friends, right?
Yes.
He continuously called her throughout that time.
Yes.
There was never a time that they stopped communicating with each other.
No.
He was remaining friends with one of the girls that he's seen before.
Yes.
And she had no problem remaining friends with him.
Correct.
It'd be fair to say that she probably didn't keep that information or didn't let Sigfredo know that when they got back together.
No.
All right. Now, in October of 2014 is
Yes.
when Katie got her breast enhancement surgery. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And her medical records would be a fair representation of when that occurred?
Yes.
And also, too, if there's any pictures that show the before and after, you can kind of tell.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you've known Katie since high school.
Yes.
Has she always wanted to get breast enhancement surgery?
Yes.
This is not something that, oh, poof, I just decided to get them when I started dating Charles Adelson.
No.
She's always said she wanted to get them, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Katie found a doctor that was recommended by Charlie?
Yes.
And this is someone he knew.
Yes.
Because in that industry in Miami, I know he's a dentist, but, you know, doctors, dentists, they kind of all know each other, right?
Yes.
And it's true that this plastic surgeon is one of the top plastic surgeons in South Florida.
Yes, he is.
I mean, according to his advertising.
Yes.
All right. And at the time of the surgery, Sigfredo, like you said, took care of her.
Yes, he did.
But after the surgery, she can't lift her arms.
No.
She can't lift anything.
No.
She's bedridden.
Yes.
2 small kids.
Yes.
So he was not only helping take care of her, he was helping take care of the kids.
He was.
All right. The father.
The father, yes.
All right. And it was common knowledge that Katie was dating Charlie, the dentist, amongst you guys and your friends, right?
Yes.
This wasn't a secret.
No.
Everyone knew, including Sigfredo.
Yes.
And he did not like that Katie, the mother of his children, was dating another man.
Correct.
Now, even though they're broken up and he's doing whatever he wants to do, it's just didn't like that his mother was seeing another. The mother of his kids was seeing someone else.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in January of 2015, isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia got into a motorcycle accident with shrimp on the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that at that time they were probably not back together yet.
No.
All right. She actually was about to go on a trip to Disney.
Yes.
And found out that he got into this motorcycle accident with her on the back.
Yes.
And she was not happy about it.
At all.
And you don't know exactly when, the date, time, when she and Charlie ended their intimate relationship and it turned more into a friendship.
I do not.
All right. Now, she also told you that she stopped dating Charlie.
I would object to hearsay.
And Your Honor,
What was your question? State it again.
that she Katie told him that she stopped dating Charles because she did not want problems to arise from her being with Charlie.
All right, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Okay. And Charles was supportive of her actually getting back together with Sigfredo, right?
He was.
Katie also didn't want any more violence or any potential blow-ups between Garcia and Charles, right?
Correct.
And that's because we already know, because we've discussed this, about that confrontation that you were made aware about in July of 2014.
Yes.
And you had said Sigfredo actually pulled up while Charlie and Katie were getting into the vehicle to go on a date, right?
Yes.
What vehicle was that?
Whose vehicle? I'm sorry.
That they were in? They were in the Lexus, right?
Who?
Katie.
Yes.
Katie and Charlie were in the Lexus.
Yes.
And Sigfredo pulls up out of nowhere, blocks them in, jumps out the car, and starts going off on them.
Yes.
Katie never actually told you so that she could hear what was being said.
No.
All right. And like you said, Charles was able to somehow divert and just get out of the way.
That's correct.
All right. Now, it wasn't like you said, May of 2015. So that's about a year after, getting up close to a year after July of 2014, which is when the murder occurred. That's when they actually finally reconciled.
In 2015, yes.
In 2015. And like you said, everyone says it's at the Pacquiao fight.
Yes.
Right? That was a fight that they had everybody come over so that all your friends and everyone could watch a fight together.
That's
right?
correct.
And you were there?
I was.
Katie was there,
She was.
Sigfredo was there.
Yes.
Luis Rivera was there.
Yes.
Who is the mother of Luis Rivera's children?
Jessica.
She's one of them.
She's one of them.
Because he has several.
He does.
Okay. And so she was around and dating Luis around the time all of this took place, right?
That's correct.
All right. So she would probably know a lot about this case too.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
All right. Now, right after that is when Luis Rivera gets indicted by the federal government for racketeering.
Yes.
All of you heard about that.
Everybody.
Was it just all over? Was it on the news, or this is just something
It
that kind of
was-
spread around your group of friends?
Both. It was on the news, it was Facebook, it was everywhere.
And up until that point, you had no idea that Luis Rivera was actively in a gang since he was 15 years old.
I did not.
He was able to keep that from people, right?
Yes.
You now know that he was the head primo of the North Miami chapter of the Latin Kings.
Correct.
And even not knowing anything about gang lifestyle, you've heard of the Latin Kings before, right?
Yes, they're nationwide.
And when Luis was arrested, okay, Katie, how did she react?
She saw it coming, I guess, because, you know, he's not the best guy out there. So, you know, it was one of those things that she was just like, well, it's going to happen.
She wasn't surprised.
No.
It's not like Luis Rivera is this, you know, person that does nothing wrong and then all of a sudden this is
Correct.
a shock to everyone.
Correct.
Everyone kind of saw it coming.
Yes.
And Sigfredo was not arrested.
He was not.
Okay. You have no information that Sigfredo was ever part of a gang.
No.
He was not indicted in that multiple co-defendant indictment.
No, he was not.
And right before the big arrest, you had met him and Jessica Rodriguez at a baby shower.
No.
Okay.
I saw Maria at a baby shower.
Okay. So whose baby shower was that?
That was one of our mutual friends.
Okay.
It was her baby shower.
Now, I want to go over a little bit more about the Hollywood Live and Club Fate and all of that.
Okay.
There's no question that Miss Magbanua was working in the service industry around the time that this took place, right?
Yes.
So, and like you said, it is an all-cash business, right?
Yes.
One of the places you actually testified to, you didn't even fill out an application.
No.
You just walked in, they hired you, and you're paid in cash.
Yes.
You didn't fill out like any form of records, anything like that.
Nothing.
Okay. And these jobs that she held, like you said, you were working a 9 to 5. Miss Magbanua, she also had day jobs too, right?
That's correct.
She was working at Sophie Dental at some point. She was working at Broward Dermatology. These are all businesses that operate during normal business hours, right?
Correct.
So she was working that in addition to service industry jobs to supplement her income,
That's correct.
okay? And those all paid in cash.
Yes.
Now, she eventually came to work with you at Optimar Realty, right?
Yes.
And this was around the time of May of 2016, correct?
Yes.
This is around the time where you now learned that there are wire intercepts.
Yes.
You're on one of the wire intercepts, aren't you?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I am.
Okay. And that's because Katie, while she's using her phone, would be sitting beside you
Yes.
at the realty company.
Yes, we sat in the same office.
Okay. So it wouldn't be unusual for her to be talking about real estate things
Yes.
on the phone.
Correct.
You didn't hear her talking anything about a murder?
No.
Nothing about Dan Markel?
No.
Nothing about hiding anything?
No.
And you also mentioned on direct, and I want to go into this a little more. Katie, you said, tried to get employment from Charles Adelson so that she would be able to qualify for insurance for her kids.
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury for me, please?
So there's Florida Kid Care, there's Medicaid in the state of Florida. And if you're working and you're getting all cash, that really doesn't show how much money you're making, at least for the state. So you have to have a job that is actually on paper and that actually fills out, you know, that you're actually working there, how much you're making, so on and so forth. So she needed to have something in writing that she worked for somebody. That way she could able to be showed to get insurance for her kids.
Okay, and you knew that because she told you that.
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about the day that Agent Sanford with the FBI and Detective Isom came to interview you in 2016.
Yes.
all right? So this is right after all of this is taking place.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that your memory back then would be way better than it is now,
Yes.
right? They first came and spoke to you on June 28th of 2016, right?
That sounds about right.
All right, so that's about a month after Sigfredo has been arrested.
Yes.
Now, at this time, isn't it true that it was all over the internet about
Everywhere.
Sigfredo Garcia's arrest?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Facebook, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Isn't it true that also a 24-page affidavit had been released to the media stating that Ms. Magbanua was somehow involved in all of this?
That's correct.
Anybody who went online could download and read this 24-page document.
Yes.
And it basically laid out this whole theory how she's the middle person, right?
That's correct.
So everything was in there, including the wiretaps, the flurry of communications, and all these little things that the state thought was relevant.
Yes.
Now, it wasn't secret at all that the state and the police considered Miss Magbanua a suspect.
Yes.
They didn't consider her a witness who had information.
Correct.
And when they came to see you, Katie was no longer working there.
She was not.
And they never once attempted to come to that office before when she was working there to try and talk to her, right?
No.
You agreed to speak to them about Katie.
I did.
Okay? And that's because you were one of her very good friends.
Correct.
Now, Agent Sanford and Detective Isom chose not to record this interview, correct?
They did not.
They decided to take notes,
Yes.
all right? And that was totally their option. You didn't prohibit them from recording your conversation.
I did not.
Okay. And you're aware that they don't even have to tell you that they're recording your conversation.
Correct.
Because they're the police.
Yes.
Did they ever ask you to review what they had written down?
No, ma'am.
Did they ever ask you to sign anything to say that these were in fact my words of what I was saying to you?
No.
In fact, the first time that you learned that they created a report about this interview was when it was released to the media, right?
That's correct.
It was released to the media the same day the state was trying to get copies of Miss Magbanua's medical records.
Yes.
Okay? She was still out at that time.
Yes.
Okay? She was living her life in Miami.
Yes.
No attempts to flee.
No.
Never packed up to try and leave Miami-Dade County, right?
Not that I know of.
Even though all of this was all over the media.
Yes.
All right? Now, when you see this document for the first time ever, that's supposedly your words, did you notice anything that was wrong with it?
Yes.
What was wrong with it?
There was one statement that was on there that stated the amount that was paid and who paid for the breast augmentation, and I had told the detectives that I was actually not aware, I did not know who paid it, if it was Katie, if it was Charlie, if it was half and half. I didn't know precisely what it was.
So you specifically told them you don't know, it could have been this, could have been that, I don't know.
Yes.
Is that what they put in that document?
No.
What did they put in that document?
They put in that document that Charlie had paid for the breast augmentation.
And that was not true.
That's not true.
Now, since then, you've taken statements, right? Like
Yes.
the deposition that
Yes.
Ms. Dugan referred to?
Yes.
And in that deposition, you brought it to the state's attention that that information was incorrect
I did.
and nothing has been done to correct it.
No.
Let's talk about the other things that you actually told them back in 2016. Back in 2016, you specifically told them that Katie worked at 2 different nightclubs, right?
Yes.
You told them the names of the nightclubs.
I did.
Hollywood Live
Yes.
and Fate, Club Fate.
That's correct.
When they took this interview from you, they were physically in Miami-Dade County.
They were.
And as far as you knew in 2016, those businesses were still open and operational.
Yes, they were.
So it would have been a good time probably for them to go then and there to try to obtain records, right?
Yes.
You also told them back then in 2016 the name of Katie's best friends, right?
I did.
Okay, so you gave them as much information of who you believed would have information about the real life of Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Now, as we said before, when Sigfredo Garcia was arrested, okay, that was May 25th
Yes,
of 2016, right?
that's correct.
Okay. And when they initially released the media, all it said was that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes,
Okay. Nothing else, no other details.
no,
All right. It wasn't until June, I believe it was 3rd of 2016, that they released more information and said Luis Rivera was involved.
yes,
Okay. Then after that, they released to the media these 2 unsigned affidavits that supposedly lay out Ms. Magbanua's involvement, but don't arrest her.
correct.
Okay? Now, that's in June. Do you remember in September of that same year, there was even a 2020 episode, correct?
Yes,
Now, Ms. Magbanua was free when this 2020 episode aired,
she was.
okay? And they didn't paint a good picture of her,
They did not.
okay? You're not aware that they made any attempts to try and reach out and interview her, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you remember at the end of this episode that they said they received information that Luis Rivera was cooperating?
Yes,
That was said at the end of it, right?
yes, it was.
And then it ended,
Yes,
okay? Katie didn't flee after that.
no, ma'am.
She just continued living her life, right?
Yes,
Until October 1st, when they just pulled up on her after she dropped off her kids,
yes,
okay? Now, another thing that you are probably aware of is, isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua was questioned by Ms. Kappelman for hours back in 2019?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Kappelman had an opportunity to ask her questions,
Yes,
and she answered them.
yes,
It's not only audio, but it's also on video, right?
yes,
And you were really close to Katie around the time when this was going on, right?
yes,
You never heard her once mention anything about the homicide.
nothing.
You never heard her once say anything that would even raise a suspicion that she knew that something was going on with this or was involved in this.
No, not to me.
And I wanted to also talk to you about the car that you said,
Okay.
the Lexus, right? In May of 2015, right after the Pacquiao fight, isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua got into an accident in her Mazda?
She did.
Mr. Garcia was with her, right?
He was.
So now she didn't have a car to drive.
She did not.
She told you that Charlie loaned her the Lexus to use in the meantime, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said you didn't know if she paid for it, right?
No, I do not.
If there are recordings that would show that, that would be evidence that she paid for it.
Yes,
If there are text messages referencing that she paid for it, that would be evidence that she paid for it,
yes,
okay? And if there are documents, like, I don't know, the transfer title,
yes,
would indicate how much she paid for it, right?
correct.
All right. One thing the state didn't bring out was, this car, it wasn't a 2014 Lexus.
No,
It was a 2001 Lexus with over 150,000 miles on it.
yes,
And it kept breaking down.
it did.
Even though it's in pristine condition, it's not like it was, not without problems, right?
Correct.
Miss Magbanua was arrested in that car, right?
Yes,
No pictures at the time of her arrest, nothing?
no,
Now, you do recall the state actually brought up an incident where you said you remember that you had watched Miss Magbanua's children and that you remember her saying that Charlie had told her that his brother-in-law had been in a car accident, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, let's be clear about something, okay? You have no idea when that happened,
no,
okay? You can give a general idea that it was maybe in 2014, maybe in July.
yes.
It could have been July 7th, right?
I don't know the date, but I know that it was in July.
You know it's in July, but
Yes.
it could be any date in July that happened.
Yes,
And what she told you is what Charles Adelson told her,
that's correct.
that as far as she knew, he had been in a car accident
Yes,
and nothing else,
no,
okay? Your Honor, if I could have a brief moment?
Yes.
Now, I think I went over this with you before, but I just want to just make sure it's clear so that there's no confusion. When we say the Pacquiao fight, it's a Pacquiao-Mayweather fight,
Yes,
and that would have been in May of 2015,
that's correct.
okay? And then the other things as it relates to the timelines of the places where she worked, right?
Yes,
You're certain, because you worked with her at Hollywood Live, of when she worked at Hollywood Live, right?
correct.
Is it possible that you may be confused on when she worked at Club Faith?
It's possible.
It's possible, okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, redirect.
All right, so when defense was first asking you questions, they were talking about her getting cash from all these places. You were walking us through the approximate timeline of when you remember her working at these spots. And it was Liquor Promotions and Sophie Dental. Then she went to Fate while working at Sophie Dental. Then she quit the Liquor Promotions. After she left Fate, she went to Hollywood Live,
Yes.
right? Okay, so she's not, you're saying that she's working at these different clubs at different times, not all at the same time.
Not all at the same time, no.
Okay. Defense asked you about, these, world-renowned clubs in Miami Beach where girls can sometimes make a ton of money doing bottle service and things like that. The Hollywood Live that we're talking about, that's not one. I mean, I'm sure it's a really fun place, but that's not one of those clubs, right?
No, it's not like a Live or something like that.
Okay. You characterize it as like a local Haitian neighborhood spot,
Yes, it's the locals' place.
and you could make $100, $200 there. Sometimes once a month, make $400 or $500. You said.
Yes.
Okay. The picture of Hollywood Live, obviously that's during the day. It's not at night when a nightclub would be, people would be there. But I'm just saying the location of it and how it looks from the outside. Does that look the same?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was asking. You said Ethan is 14, so then he would have been born in 2008.
Yes.
Okay, and then Kaylee was born in around 2012.
Yes.
Okay, so born in 2012 then?
Yes.
Like April 2012?
May.
May 2012, thank you. All right. As far as her insurance, so you're saying that, she needed a job that she could report to get insurance.
That's correct.
Okay, so and she also couldn't get an apartment unless she had verified income, right?
That's correct.
So you're saying she asked Charles Adelson for a favor, put me on the payroll so I can get an apartment and I can get insurance.
I don't know about the apartment. I only know about the insurance.
Okay. But she never told you that she was actually working for Charles Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
Okay. And is it your understanding that she was put on the payroll of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay. The timing of when she told you about the car accident, you said that you took care of the kids and she told you that sometime in July of 2014. You can't sit here and tell us, I know the exact date, right?
I have a picture.
You have a picture?
Yeah.
Of the what?
Of the night that I watched the kids.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
With you? On you?
It's on my Facebook.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's on my Instagram.
Okay. You do know that it was, you're saying, the next day that she told you about the car accident?
That's correct.
Okay. The police report, where
Yes.
you told us about the police mischaracterized your statement about the breast enhancement.
Yes.
You said that, and I think you've said that in a prior statement as defense said, that you basically told the police, you don't know whether he paid for half, she paid for half, he paid for all of it, she paid for all of it, you don't know.
Yes, I was not aware.
You don't know who
I don't
paid
know.
for it. Those were your words
Yes.
that you said. But they said that this is how much it cost, the $6,000 or $7,000, and she paid half and Charles Adelson paid half. That's
Yeah.
what they put in their report. And they're wrong about that. You just said you didn't know whether
I
she
didn't
paid
know.
half or he paid half.
That's
or who
correct.
paid. Okay. And you've had a chance to review that statement before, that report, and everything else was correct in it, right?
Yes, everything else was correct.
Okay. And I actually didn't even ask you who do you think paid for it because I know that that wasn't what you said in the past, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so in that report, though, the defense asked you nothing was ever said to you that ever raised a suspicion that she was involved in a murder.
No.
In the report, though, it says that when Mascaro heard about Garcia being arrested, when she first read the article about him being arrested, she immediately knew the connection of Magbanua dating Charles Adelson had something to do with it.
Well, I knew that the person that had died was a connection to Charles Adelson, and obviously she was dating him. So I didn't know, exactly what happened, but I just knew it was somebody that she knew.
Okay? But you immediately knew that the connection then had something to do with it.
Well, yeah.
Okay. That's all.
All right, we can release the witness, when it's subject to recall.
If she could just subject recall for now.
Okay, all right. You'll be notified if you need to testify again, okay?
Okay, today or
No, they'll give you a call. You can go back to business.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break right now, and so we'll take 15 minutes, and then we'll be back to continue with the testimony, okay? So about 3:20, we'll resume. All right, Deputy? Thank you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom, door is closed, we'll be in recess till 3:20. All right, Ms. Kappelman, anything before we bring the jury in?
Judge, I placed the order for the Spanish translations on your bench. Other than that, nothing.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, I did want to let you know, I gave Ms. Mascaro an opportunity to look at her Instagram to refresh her recollection about the date that the defendant's children spent the night with her before she made the statement about the car accident. And so I would like to recall her just for the one question of, were you able to look at your Instagram, did that refresh your recollection, what was the date? And then we'll move on to the next issue.
All right.
The
Anything from,
government can give us the answer.
It's July 18th, 2014.
all right. So we'll bring her back in. You can recall her for that purpose, and then we'll move on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. Okay, is the state recalling a witness?
State recalls Yindra Mascaro.
All right, Ms. Mascaro again, please. All right, Ms. Mascaro, if you could please retake the witness stand. I'll remind you that you are still sworn and under oath to tell the truth, okay? Thank you. Please have a seat.
During the break, did you have an opportunity to look at your Instagram you told us about on redirect to see if it refreshed your recollection about the date that Katherine Magbanua's children spent the night with you in July of 2014?
Yes,
Okay, and what date was that?
July 18th, 2014.
That was the night they spent the night with you?
Yes,
Okay. And then the next day would have been the day that she made the statement to you that his brother-in-law had been in a car accident?
yes.
Okay, that's all.
All right, do you want any recross on that? Okay.
Ms. Mascaro,
Yes.
you were able to go back on your Instagram account and look at what you posted, right?
Yes,
Told you the exact date?
yes,
There's a record of it?
yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. State may call its next witness.
They called Ramsey Neighbor.
Ramsey Neighbor, please.
Oh, and Ms. Mascaro can be released, Judge.
Okay, you're free to go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you could come up right here to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Ramsey Neighbor, Ramzinaber.
And do you live in the Miami area, Mr. Neighbor?
I live in Hallandale Beach, Florida.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I am a restaurateur.
Okay. Now, did you used to own a club called Club Fate?
Yes.
Okay. What years did you own Club Fate?
Oof, you're really testing my memory here. I think it's been a good 7, 8 years since I had it. So it's 2014, 2012 to 2014.
Okay. What was your role as the owner?
Managing the facility, scheduling, staffing, purchasing, marketing, promotion, all of it.
Okay. When you owned it, would you also hire and fire employees?
Correct.
Okay. And what about financials, paying bills, doing the cash outs? Who would do that?
Either myself or one of the managers.
Okay. Just a moment. What city is Club Fate in?
Hallandale Beach, inside Gulfstream Casino.
And what is Gulfstream Casino in Gulfstream Park?
Gulfstream Park and Casino is one and all. It's a racetrack, casino, and shopping center with various restaurants and clothing facilities.
Okay, and is Hallandale kind of like in between Fort Lauderdale and Miami?
Yeah, it's between Hollywood is the next city and Aventura. But yeah, Miami and Fort Lauderdale is a bigger scope, yes.
Okay. Now, you said today that it might have been 2012 to 2016 that you owned the club. You had a deposition in this case, right, where the defense and the state had an opportunity to ask you questions?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in, let's see, January of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at page 18, lines 8 and 9. You were asked a lot of questions that day.
It's okay.
In that deposition, looking at lines 8 and 9, when you were asked when did you sell Club Fate, did you say 2016?
Correct.
Okay, so would 2012 to 2016 be more accurate?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And you said that you would do the cash outs at the time, or now was your club at the time, most of the sales were cash or credit card?
Club Fate was 90%, I would say, credit cards versus cash. And the employees literally were carrying their own banks, so they will cash out the guest if there's cash involved, and they cash out at the end of the night with me, with surrendering how many credit cards and how many cash vouchers they had, and they cashed out at the end of the night. But 90% of the sales were credit cards.
Okay. So if 90% of the sales are credit cards, the servers, the bartenders, they're going to come cash out with you at the end of the night. You'll see how much they're owed
Correct.
of their tips from their credit card sales, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then were they paid that through a paycheck?
They got their credit cards on their paycheck, and whatever cash tips they received, they kept that night.
Okay. And a lot of times people don't tell you how much cash that they received,
No,
right?
unfortunately, this business is just like that's the way it is.
right? But the cash that your club was, the amount of cash sales that y'all were doing at the time was only about 10% of your total sales?
In total, yes.
Okay, so were you super concerned with the servers keeping the cash that they got and not reporting it to you since it was such a small percentage of your business?
No, the percentage of the cash sold by the employee is definitely paid to us 100%. The unknown part was the cash tips the employee is making off that cash sale.
Right.
So we always declared 100% of their credit card tips to ADP or the payroll company, so it'll be so they can be taxed accordingly, from their pay.
Right, right. But I'm just saying sometimes they might not tell you exactly how much cash they were tipped, but that...
Yeah, they will almost 100% of the time never tell you how much cash they got.
Right. I guess my question is, but you knew that, but at the same time, the total amount of cash business y'all are doing is such a small percentage of your total business.
Correct.
That's not going to make or break you.
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, tell me about Gulfstream Park. What's that like?
Gulfstream is a racetrack with a casino. That's the main attraction there. The shopping center, it has multiple different shops, including some chain operations such as Texas to Brazil, Brio, Three Forks. Unfortunately, through the years, Gulfstream has not done a good job in taking care of the people that are leasing from them, and so a lot of these restaurants have closed through the years. What's left is probably nominal compared to the number of businesses that were there initially.
So what about, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's just a very transient place. It's in and out. People go in and go out. It's not, it wasn't a popular destination except for the casino part.
Is it a high-end area?
No.
I guess, is it a more white-collar, blue-collar area as far as the people that frequent that area?
The racetrack attracted both. You have the white-collar and the blue-collar. The white-collar mostly are the horse owners, and the blue-collar is the ones that are betting on it. But it had both.
Would the horse owners, the white-collar crowd, go to Club Fate?
No.
You told me about a couple of the restaurants just now that were in Club Fate, and you mentioned some like national chains, like Brio, you said?
Brio's gone, but used to be there.
Okay, so Brio's like a national high-end Italian restaurant chain?
Yeah.
Laredo's, did that?
Laredo's, Three Forks is owned by the same chain. They went out of business there too.
Laredo's is kind of like a high-end Mexican restaurant?
Mexican, yeah.
Okay.
And Three Forks was a steakhouse.
And so those national chains all brought nice restaurants there, but they ended up failing, ended up going out of business?
Correct.
Okay. And I've left a couple of items on the witness stand that I showed to defense right before you came on. That's going to be 86E through H. Do you see 86E through H?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those to be showing the location of Club Fate and also the front door of Club Fate?
Correct.
Okay, are those true and accurate depictions of where it's located and what it looks like from the outside?
Yes.
Okay, at this time I'd move 86E through H into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 86E through H, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right, be admitted. May.
All right, just to get us oriented here, down here at the bottom of 86E, that's Miami. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Up here towards the top, I guess I just have the last, but that looks like Fort Lauderdale?
Correct.
Here? Okay. And Club Fate is here in the middle, kind of close to Hollywood?
Correct.
Closer view of where Club Fate is in that area?
That is correct.
And so is this whole area right here Gulfstream Park?
Yes, it is.
This is a closer, even closer view of Gulfstream Park and Club Fate's location in that park?
Correct.
That's right here, the red?
Right. The elevator entrance to the second floor where Club Fate was, on top of Yard House.
Okay, so if you wanted to enter Club Fate, or a customer would, they would come in the front door here, go up an elevator.
They gotta take the elevator up, that brings them to the second floor. Those small two windows are actually Club Fate. The large window is the lobby of the elevator area.
Okay, and this restaurant is not connected to Club Fate?
No, no, it's a different chain.
Not, it's like kind of the service entrance maybe for that restaurant?
I think it was the kitchen delivery area, yeah.
So when Club Fate first opened, what was your vision for it?
When I first opened it, I partnered with a famous DJ that lives in Miami. His name is Marcus Schultz. He's an electronic dance music icon in Miami, originally from Germany. So he partnered with me on the project to open electronic dance music concept in Gulfstream. Unfortunately, you know, it took us about a year of keep funding it that wasn't working. So we tried to sell at that point, several attempts. Gulfstream denied a couple of sales because we brought a Brazilian concept and they had Texas to Brazil, so they couldn't do it because of the concept that we're bringing in, the people that were buying it. I ended up switching it to a hip-hop nightclub, which is playing, you know, urban music, and that's what kept it open through the years.
No.
But it was not a successful venue. I ended up buying my partner out, and I ended up just walking away almost with minimal investment money back. I sold half to one of my promoters who's operating it since that year until now. And with COVID and all that, you know, it was closed for a couple of years by order of the governor, so I haven't even gotten my money out of it yet.
Okay. Was it turned into a hip hop club after you sold it in 2016?
The last year or maybe year and a half of me operating it, it was a hip hop club. So I would say 2014 and a half to 2016, it was hip hop for sure.
Okay. Now, was it popular when you first opened it? Did y'all do well at first?
It never did well. I mean, compared to what our expectation was, no.
Okay. I guess the first 2 weeks, did y'all have more people than you had the rest of the time?
We did because Marcus is very famous.
Mm-hmm.
So he played for our club for free as a result, because I couldn't afford to have him play there. You know, he gets paid $100,000 per event.
Mm-hmm.
So he played a couple of times at the opening night, and a month later. That period, yes, there was business.
Okay, so the first month when it first opens and the DJ's there, y'all got some good business at that time.
Yeah, and the grand opening and so forth, yes.
Okay, but he didn't continue playing there.
No.
Okay, and then after that, did it continue to do well, or it just kind of fizzled
It
out?
kind of like started dropping slowly.
Okay. Did y'all have celebrities that would come in?
No celebrities, but we had some other named DJs play there, like David Tort and other names that are in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, those nights there'll be a little bit of action, but nothing really what we expected. It barely covered the cost of the DJ at that point because they were very expensive.
Okay. Did you have high-end clientele that would come in and spend a lot of money?
I would say it was mediocre. It wasn't high-end, no.
Okay.
I mean, Club Live in Miami is high-end. We were nowhere near that. So
Right.
It's not high-end, no.
Okay. And did y'all have bottle service there?
We did.
Okay. About what was the cost of the bottles?
$150, I would say. $150 to $200, depends on the bottle.
About $150 a bottle?
Per bottle, yeah.
Maybe up to $200 a bottle?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever have girls that did liquor promotions there?
I don't know what you mean by liquor promotion.
Like maybe have a type of liquor they're promoting and offer people a taste of it?
If that would have happened, it would have been sponsored by a liquor company, not my girls, and it will be done by models that would hire directly to sell that item or to pass along, and it's done through because Florida law prohibits the sale of like promotional items. So the guy has to buy the bottle from me. We can't give it away.
Okay,
So the company would buy 2 bottles and they'll give samples to the guests, but they hire models to do that. It won't be our staff.
okay. So your staff would have been made up of what? Bartenders and servers?
Just the 2 bartenders behind the main bar and the servers. And at that point, when we opened, we also had sushi in the front. So we had a bar in the front that was serving sushi. So there'd be cooks, bartenders, and servers.
Okay. How many servers and bartenders? You said 2 bartenders. How many servers would work at a
We
time?
never had more than 6 on a weekend. That would be the max.
About how often did your employees work?
Our
Each
busiest-
employee, how many nights per week?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't work anybody more than 4 nights max. I don't even know if we opened Mondays. I'm trying to remember, but most of the business came on Friday and Saturday. And when one busy night, the weekday night would have been like ladies' night, Wednesday or Thursday. So it'd be like 3 nights. The majority is when we need the most of the staff. The rest of them could be ran by 2 girls on the floor because it wasn't that busy.
Now, about how much did your employees, how much were they taking home a week at that point?
I think everybody's averaging about 1,000 a week.
Okay. I asked you earlier about the deposition. Looking at page 11 through 11, page 11, lines 13 through 19.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Improper refreshment. The witness didn't say he didn't remember.
Well, are you refreshing his recollection or are you impeaching him? All right, you may proceed.
Objections.
Overruled.
Same as the prior objection as to impeaching your own witness.
All right, overruled.
Right. I'm going to show you page 11, lines 11 through 19. If you could just read that for yourself.
11 through 19,
Sorry. I'm sorry, right here.
17,
Yeah, 18 and 19.
18.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so in that statement, you said that everybody in the bar was averaging about $500 to $600 a week?
Yeah, I think there we were talking about tips.
Okay,
So if you add up the tips and the hours, it's going to be a little bit higher. But
okay,
depends on how many shifts you worked. If you worked, it was if you go further, I think we said about $250 a shift was like a good day for them. So it depends on how many shifts you had. So if you had 4 shifts, you're making 800. If you had 3 shifts, you're making 600. So it depends on how many shifts you had.
okay.
So, I mean, you have to put it in the content of the rest of it. But, you know, it was $200, $250 per employee a night was a good night.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. So a good night for your employees was $200 to $250 a night, depending on how many nights a week you worked. You
Yeah, how long you worked, yes.
could get up to $1,000 a night. If you only work 2 nights,
You worked
it
4
might be more
nights,
like,
yes. If you worked 3 nights, but the majority was just like the weekends.
right,
When you needed an entire staff, it would be those 3 nights, the Friday, Saturday, and one week nights.
gotcha. And if you work 2 nights, like maybe say you only work 2 nights a week, Friday and Saturday, and you made $200 to $250 a night, you were making $400 to $500?
400, yeah,
Okay, that was average?
yeah.
I guess, I mean, y'all obviously had a bar in your club, and you said
Correct.
you had sushi in the front. What was the rest of the club like? What was the layout?
It was a booth, one large booth in the front, and there was 8 booths in the main club area, and the rest is stand up, and there was some seating in the front on high tops for the sushi area.
Okay, so sushi high tops, or
And
you-
a patio, I'm sorry, and a patio.
okay, thank you. You could sit at a high top in the sushi area, go to the bar, or pick one of 8 booths, or go to the patio.
Yeah, I mean, if you came to eat, you would have sat at the high tops or the patio, or if you're a smoker, but the club itself, the 8 big booths and the large booth in the front was for the club service, if you will. If you're opening a bottle or, you know, listening to the music.
And do you remember a woman named Katherine Magbanua who worked at Club Fate when it was open?
I do.
Okay. How long did she work at Club Fate for?
It was not a long period. Like I said, she was like a shooting star. She wasn't one of those that was there for a while. I believe it was months. If I had to guess, I would have said maybe 3 months.
Okay. Shooting star meaning came quickly, left quickly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her job at Club Fate?
Cocktail server.
Do you have any reason to believe she would have made more or less than the 200 to 250 a night that you told us about for average for your employees?
I don't believe so.
Do you remember the circumstances surrounding her leaving, why she left?
Not really.
Did you keep employee records when you owned the club?
We did.
And do you still have them?
No.
And why not? What happened?
Initially, all the paperwork that was in boxes in the Club Fate in the office was destroyed, water damage. There was a major leak from the hurricane, from the roof that came straight into the office area, and we had to throw everything in the garbage that was in the office after the insurance and then the Gulfstream staff, the maintenance staff came and repaired the roof and, you know. But whatever records we had, it would have been with the payroll company or that was in the office. So whatever's in the office is gone.
Okay. Was the office the only part of the club that was damaged?
The major leak was by that area, yes.
Okay.
And there was damage over yard house from our area as well, but it's in the same vicinity.
Where were the employee records in relation to where the leak was?
Right under.
Okay. I just wanted to clear up one thing. Were your servers paid like an hourly tipped employee wage?
Correct.
Okay. So the amount that your employees made, they'd make obviously their hourly tipped employee wage. Would they get that every month in a paycheck?
It was bi-weekly, and if I recall, it was around, at that time, the minimum wage tipped employee was around maybe $5.03 or something like that.
Okay.
So it barely covered the taxes on their credit cards, you know, from the credit card. Whatever we claimed 100% of the credit card tips.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it just offsets it, kind of.
Gotcha. So the average of 2 to 2 your sales.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Sure. Sorry, that was not quiet. Mr. Neighbor, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. This shouldn't be too long. Now, you referenced a moment ago Club Live.
Live, yeah.
Now, for the jurors here, if you could describe what Club Live is. You compared it to your club. Club Live is the club, right?
It's the club, yeah.
It's run by David Grutman with Groot Hospitality, and it is the model that all other nightclubs hope to have.
Correct.
A capacity of what, 10, 20,000?
No.
I could be way off on those numbers.
Yeah, you're way off on that. Live's capacity maybe 2,000.
And that's within an amphitheater at the Fontainebleau Hotel where the likes of Frank Sinatra used to sing.
It used to be that, yeah.
They have the most sophisticated sound equipment and lighting equipment.
Correct.
Now, in comparison to a club like that, Fate is small.
Very.
If you compare it to your local bar, Fate is
Comparable to
big.
a local bar.
Now, it's not a sleepy bar with one regular at the end of the bar, nobody else in there, right?
We have plenty of nights like that.
But you also...
Trust me, if it works, it works. When it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
You would have kept the club if it were doing that well,
If
right?
it was good, I'll still be there.
But you'd agree with me that although there weren't Club Live nights with the likes of all celebrities and athletes, you did have your nights.
When we first opened, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about your communications with law enforcement. You were contacted by them after you sold the club, right?
I believe so.
And I know your memory's a little bit off on this, but do you believe that it was right at the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020?
I think it's prior to the pandemic.
All right. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is only 2 times that law enforcement contact you.
Correct.
And you remember that the FBI was mentioned, correct?
Correct.
And they only contacted you by phone.
Correct.
And the information that you were able to convey to them, actually strike that, and let me give you a different question. Would you rely on the memory of the law enforcement officers as to when they spoke to you?
Me?
Yeah. Should we ask them instead of going with your memory of when the communications were?
I think you're better off going with them, yes.
Okay. So you talk to them and they ask you questions about Miss Magbanua, and you'd agree with me that you vaguely remember, using your words, vaguely remember her employment and the details about it.
Correct.
All right. Now, you were asked by Ms. Dugan the amount of time that Katherine worked there. You'd agree with me that it was months that she was there.
I said it was months.
And even that is an estimate.
Correct.
Because you vaguely remember.
Correct.
All right. Second turn. If I could have one brief moment. Just one second. About right there.
Take your time.
Thank you. Mayor Bertrand?
May?
Mr. Neighbor, I'm showing you the pre-marked as Defense 18. You know what that is, right?
Yeah?
That's a photograph of Katherine Magbanua.
Yes?
And that's a photograph of Katherine Magbanua as she looked around the time that she worked for you.
Correct.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the employee that you had during that time?
Correct.
Thank you. Defense officer in with the pre-marked as Defense 18.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense 18.
Okay, so Mr. Neighbor, I want to make sure, you're going to have to explain this to me because even I was a little bit confused. So your employees are making, on average, and again, these are rough estimates, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
$500 to $600 per week.
I would say so.
Now, and walk me through, and I apologize if I'm confusing your words. So I come into Club Fade and I get bottles, I get sushi, whatever it is, and I pay on my credit card and I tip on my credit card.
Correct.
That's the information that you as the owner know about. And then you pay out the tip portion to the employee.
Correct.
Now, if I come in there and I use my credit card and I buy a bunch of stuff and then my buddy goes, you know what? You paid for the sushi and you paid for the booze. Let me pay the tip in cash. You don't know about that, right?
Correct.
There's a good chance you don't know about it.
For sure.
And that's standard in the industry, right?
Correct.
With respect to tips.
Correct.
Now, if I come in and it's just cash and I pay for whatever it is I'm buying in cash and I tip in cash, those tips as well too, you as the owner, you wouldn't know about.
I wouldn't know the cash part of it. No, I know about the cash sale, but I
Correct.
don't know about how much the person left them.
You know the cash sale because you got to ring up the drinks and ring up.
Well, they can't get the drink without a ticket, printing at the bar or at the food station, so I'll know it was rang up.
So that $500 to $600, that can be put in the credit card pot, but we don't know the cash amount.
We don't know the cash amount tip the employee's making of a cash sale. That is correct.
So if it's $100, $200, $300 in tips, it would be the $500 to $600 plus any of the cash tips.
If that's the case, yes.
Now, is it not encouraged in the industry for servers to get cash tips because it offsets the tax liability for the business?
Encouraged, all restaurants prefer cash, of course, over credit. However, in the nightclub business, especially in that area, until it's now, even my restaurant now, the cash sales does not exceed 10% of the gross sales of the restaurant. This day and age, cash has become, you know, it's a commodity that's not available in our restaurant business. It's all credit cards right now.
Yeah.
Now,
8 years ago, though.
now, if the clientele was, for example, hip hop, that formula switches completely from 90-10 to possibly, 60% cash, 40% credit cards.
Right.
So it switches if it depends on the concept that you have. But as an electronic dance music nightclub that we were, we knew it's going to be 90% credit cards.
You'd agree with me, though, that there was a little bit more use of cash back in 2014 than there is now in 2022?
Oh, yeah, I would say that, yeah.
All right. In the point that we're trying to make, I'm not trying to change your 90%, but you as the owner, you don't know. It's 500 to 600 average plus cash tips.
Yeah, I don't know what they made in cash tips. That is true.
All right. Now, the records. That's my last topic. The records that you have.
The records, yeah.
There were employee records for Katherine Magbanua, no doubt about that, right?
Well, we had to do, she would have had to fill out her W-2s, her, 1099, her, picture, her social security, picture of her ID. It has to be in her file. All that was in the office.
Now, that would also have the information as to what you're giving the rough estimates on, the 500 to 600. We would be able to know the exact amounts, right? The payroll amounts.
Not from the record. We wouldn't. The payroll is with the payroll company. That has nothing to do with the file. The file doesn't have. We don't have a copy of their paycheck in the file.
But you do have a copy of the check that you'd write to them on the credit card tips, right? Stuff like that. Let me withdraw that and ask it a different way. Within that box of records that was destroyed, you would have records of what you paid Ms. Magbanua.
Correct.
Okay, but unfortunately, that happened to be in a paper box in the exact corner of your office where there was a flood and it all got ruined. So
It wasn't just one box. It was 10 boxes.
But those 10 boxes.
It wasn't just hers. It was everybody else's.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to say, like, why were hers just in the corner? But you agree with me that in the office, you've got boxes in the corner, and there's a flood, literally.
Yeah. Computer, everything underneath that was destroyed.
Had law enforcement come to you years ago, before that happened, understanding you're not really sure, do you know when the flood happened? Do you know if it was before 2016?
We got to look up when the hurricane was there. I'll tell you the exact year, but it was from that major hurricane that came through Florida, and it did a lot of damage.
All right. You'd agree with me, though, that the chances of getting the documents, whether they were, wet and partially destroyed or even replacing it, it would have been better to get in touch with you back years ago in 2016, 17, 18, instead of waiting until the next decade.
All I know is there was 2 attempts from them to speak to me.
Well after you sold the club?
No. One, I don't know the exact times. I really don't. I'll be lying if I told you what time and when. I remember a phone call with a message left on my voicemail saying, I'm so-and-so with the FBI, give me a call back.
Okay.
We're trying to get to you. The club is closed. We can't get in. And it would have been during the day. Probably they're trying to come talk to somebody in the office, and we don't open during the day.
If I were to tell you that first communication were 2020, and I understand you, I'm not asking you to agree.
I'll take your word for it because I have no recollection of when.
It was.
Okay.
So, if it were 2020, which it was.
Objection to counsel testifying.
That's sustained. You just
Okay.
said you weren't going to suggest and make them agree, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll phrase it in a different way.
Please.
Okay, so Mr. Neighbor, had law enforcement
2016, I didn't have keys for the place anymore, so I couldn't I don't have access to the place since the partner, the guy that took over as the managing of the business, Philip Houston. I don't have keys to the business till this day, so I don't have access to see what was in the office. And that's what I told them at that time, that I did not have, I don't know what part of the damage was part of hers or not, but I didn't have access to it, period.
Right.
So,
Now, is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever that Katherine Magbanua worked at your business, Club Fate?
no, she worked at the club, yes.
Should any financial analysis of her income not include employment with your business? If you need me to re-ask that, let me know.
Yeah,
If there was financial analysis done of Ms. Magbanua over the years, would it be wrong for it not to include the time that she worked for you at Club Fate?
no, it should include Club Fate, yeah.
Because she worked it.
Yes,
I'm showing you now what's been entered in as government's 86D. Do you know what that is?
it's a hip-hop bar in Hollywood, Florida.
All right. Are you close with any of the owners there?
No, I did purchase some of their old couches for Club Fate.
What are the chances? All right. You don't know how much the servers make there, do you?
I have no clue, but I know it's a different clientele.
Now, if we were to want to know the level of income of the bottle service in that club, that how much somebody would make, we should have somebody come here from that club, right?
If you say so.
All right. No, I'm asking you.
If you want to know what they make there, I would ask them, yes.
1 second, Direct. Anything else? Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect?
Defense said that Katherine Magbanua worked for you for months. You precisely said not more than 3 months, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said made money when it first opened. Are you talking about that month time period that you told me about? Okay. And then after that, you said it didn't work.
Yeah.
If it had worked, you'd still be running it and own it. Okay. And in your experience in the restaurant and nightclub business, when most people, you said 90% of your business is from credit cards or your sales. When people buy dinner, bottle, drinks, whatever on their credit card, do they also put a tip on that credit card too?
Correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
We can release the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Feel free to go.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, have a good day. State may call its next witness.
June Umchinda.
Okay, right up here, ma'am. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right, thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up close to that microphone, okay? Adjust it if necessary.
Okay. Sorry, I have my stuff here.
What is your name?
June Umchinda,
Please spell your name.
June. Last name Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Adelson?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
How long did you date Mr. Adelson?
We dated about 2 solid years, but we're kind of on and off for like 7 years. So,
Okay, when did you first meet him?
I met him in 2015, I believe.
And did you start dating in 2015?
Okay, I think I met him 2014 because I met him once when he was with someone else and he was living with their roommate that I was talking to back then. So we met once and then a year went by and then we reconnected, which I believe that was 2015.
All right, who was the roommate that you mentioned?
Jerry Obed?
Okay, that was somebody that was living with Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's Dr. Obed, correct?
Right.
Was Dr. Obed living with Charlie Adelson when you started dating Charlie Adelson?
No, not anymore.
All right, so you started dating him in 15?
I believe so. I have to look back, but yes, I believe it was October 2015.
All right, and you said it was kind of on and off. Can you tell the jury, was it steady for a certain period of time and then on and off after that? Can you describe that?
Yes, so for the 2 years, it was definitely on. We were together like every day, basically lived there, but not legally. So, I saw my future with him. We were going to get married. It was a big thing. But after this and everything, obviously a lot happened and we ended up breaking up. And we just always kept in touch, but we weren't officially together. So that's why I say it's on and off, because we've seen each other a few times after the 2 years.
Okay.
So,
but approximately in 2017 was sort of the official end, and then it was a little bit on and off after that?
yes, officially 2017, I believe.
All right. During the time that you were steady dating Charlie Adelson, did you stay over at his place regularly?
I did almost every night. I think every night I did, yeah, when we were
Where
together.
was his place?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Whale Harbor?
Yes.
Is the name of the road?
Will Harbor Lane.
And what did Mr. Adelson do for a living during the time you dated him?
He worked full-time as a periodontist.
Did you ever observe him engaging in any type of gang-related activity?
No.
Any type of gang members hanging around with him or interacting with him during the time you were in a relationship with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Did you ever see him engaging in any drug use or drug dealing?
Definitely not drug dealing. He likes like marijuana, and that's probably it, and drinking. So.
All right. And during the time that you two were together, that 2 years, have you described yourselves as being inseparable? You and Mr.
Yes,
Adelson.
we were like best friends at one point. So.
As you sit here today, when was the last time you had contact with Mr. Adelson?
So it was actually, so he reached out to me the night before he got arrested the next day, but I did not reply until the next day, and he was already gone. So.
In the last year, and I'm speaking about from today back, how much contact have you had with him?
Well, this year I particularly tried to stay away from him. He wanted to see me a lot. He would reach out, but I just couldn't with this whole thing going on, and there's issues with another girl after me.
And
so.
When you say this whole thing going on, you're referring to this case that we're
Yeah.
here about? Did you ever observe Charlie Adelson to have large amounts of cash?
I mean, I don't really know what large would be, but yes, I saw cash with him.
Thousands of dollars worth of cash?
Yes.
Where did he keep the cash?
He obviously kept cash in his wallet, and he kept cash in a safe as well.
A safe in his room?
Yes.
All right, and that was at the Whale Harbor residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was it a safe like the size of this speaker on our table, or like the kind that's like the size of a refrigerator?
A larger one.
And was there anything unusual about the way that Mr. Adelson packaged his money?
I never looked in the safe primarily, so I don't know how he kept the money or where it came from. I just know there was money in there.
All right, and that was thousands and thousands of dollars?
From the time that I saw there was. I don't know how much was in there.
All right, and were the thousands and thousands of dollars kept in stacks of hundreds?
The thousands that I saw were $100 bills.
$100 bills, and were they stapled together in stacks?
I believe so. I saw like a staple, but this was so long ago that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your prior statement given on
No,
July 20?
I remember it. Like,
Okay.
I mean, there were staples on it. I just don't know. Like, I never saw the money in the safe, so I don't know.
Okay, but you saw money out of the safe being counted, right?
Right.
Okay, and that money was in stacks of $100 bills stapled together.
Yes.
What about Katherine Magbanua? Do you know her?
No, I don't.
Were you aware that Charlie Adelson dated Katherine Magbanua before he dated you?
I was only because of the media and this. They thought I was Catherine at one point, so.
Okay, but during the time that you dated Charlie Adelson, were you aware that he had a girlfriend previously named Katie?
No.
And what about after you? Do you know who he dated after you?
After me, he dated another girl named Bree.
All right, and what about Whitney? Do you know who that is?
I do. So when Charlie and I met, he was with Whitney, and that was before me.
Okay.
And then I met Whitney briefly, like one time.
And are you aware, after the media attention began in reference to this case, of Charlie Adelson beginning to have a lot of contact with Katherine Magbanua?
No.
Did you previously say that in your statement in July 24th of 2018?
Not that I recall. Did I say that they were speaking a lot, or?
That Charlie started talking to Katherine Magbanua a lot after the media attention started. Did you say that? Don't recall.
I might have said it, but now that I look back, I can't really like pinpoint when. I think I saw a text message of him talking about a car with her or something, but I never like heard him talking to her.
Okay, did you ever know of Katherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson as an employee?
No, I didn't know Charlie back then, so.
Okay, and during the time that you were with him, she was not working as his personal assistant to your knowledge, or working for him in any capacity to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Were you dating Charlie Adelson at the time when the first arrests were made in this case of Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Adelson's behavior change when the arrests were made?
Yes, they did.
Can you explain how his behavior changed?
Well, this case kind of blew up in the media, so he was obviously, he went through a lot of stages. At one point, he was very depressed, and every day it was something different, but he just was never the same after this.
Did he become violent?
Not like really to me, but sometimes he would get angry sometimes.
Agitated?
I think so, yeah.
Short-fused?
I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Couldn't sleep?
Yes.
Did he keep clothes by his bed in case the police showed up in the middle of the night?
He did that once, I think, but it was so long ago that I don't know if it was for that reason.
Did you have any contact with Donna Adelson during this time frame?
No.
Do you remember being on the balcony of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives, having a conversation with her about this case?
Briefly.
All right, and what was her demeanor? Do you know what I mean by that? How was she acting?
Yeah, I
during
know
that
what
conversation?
demeanor means, but she was, everyone was obviously upset about this, and it's, you know, she wasn't happy, so,
She was stressed out, right?
yeah, of course.
Did she have puffy eyes?
I don't remember.
Did she complain about not sleeping?
Possibly.
And did she make a statement to you about Dan Markel?
Yes, I believe so.
What was that statement?
Just that everything was awful, and it feels like, you know, like it's, I don't know. I'm sure you have it there. So
Do you know what it is?
I kind of briefly remember, but
Did she say that she feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her?
I don't know, like, if they were those exact words. I think she was just so stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. So
During the time you dated Charlie Adelson, how many times did you visit his parents at the Icon?
not more than 10 times.
And was this the last time you ever visited them at the Icon when she made this statement?
No.
So you saw her again after that?
Yes.
Was there any further conversation about the homicide at that time?
No.
Did Charlie Adelson have WhatsApp on his phone?
Yes.
Do you know if he communicated with Katherine Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
After your breakup with Charlie Adelson, I guess I'm referring to the official breakup in 2017, did he give you any gifts?
After that,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember. Maybe like little gifts. Like
How
I don't
about a
know.
car? Did he give you a car
No.
after you broke up?
No.
Did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up?
No.
Do you recall him telling you that he gave Katherine Magbanua a car?
I do.
What was the deal with that?
I think he just said his father had the Lexus and it was an older Lexus, so he wanted to help someone out and they didn't need the car, so yeah.
Okay. And what about trips, vacations? Did Mr. Adelson pay for you to go on any trips or vacations after your breakup with him?
After the breakup, no.
All right, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Mchinda.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
You a little nervous?
No, I've been here since 8 a.m. waiting, so that's why I'm a little
Many people in
tired.
here can understand what you're going
But-
through. So, I just want to go over some more details about what Ms. Katherine discussed with you about your relationship with Charles Adelson, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you first met Charles, he had a girlfriend at that time, right?
Yes,
And that girlfriend was Whitney.
correct.
You were actually on a date with his roommate, Jerome Obed, when you met him the first time.
Yes.
Okay, so it was like a double date situation.
Not intentionally. I was supposed to hang out with Jerry at his house because he was the roommate. So it was Charlie's house, but I was with Jerry at the moment.
At the moment. But
And
you
then
weren't
that's when
with
I-
Charles.
No, he was with Whitney, and we didn't plan it like that. It just kind of happened. Yeah.
Okay, and that was around 2014 to 2015.
Yes.
Now, a few months after you met him, Charlie is the one that sought out your phone number, right?
Yes.
He tracked you down.
Correct.
A friend of yours was a patient of his, correct?
She wasn't officially a patient yet. She looked online and wanted to have work done that a periodontist would do, and it happened to be Charlie. And I didn't even know she was going there, but she told me, oh, I went to the dentist or the periodontist, and he mentioned, somehow I came up, and then
after that, he was actively pursuing you, trying to take you on a date, right?
well, he asked her for my number, and then he had his office staff call.
Okay, so he
get
got your
my
number from his office staff, and that's how he started calling you.
Through my best friend, Gia, correct.
Okay, and when he started to pursue you, he assured you he wasn't with Whitney anymore, right?
Yes.
And when you started dating, things progressed between the two of you very quickly.
Right.
Within weeks, you were spending every day together. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, well, it was weird because right when I met him, it was like we were almost inseparable. Like, I don't know why. But.
Now, understanding you were working, he was working, it's not like you both have nothing to do all day, right?
Right. We always went to work during the day and then
But
after work.
At that time, you didn't have any kids.
No, I still don't have kids.
He didn't have any kids at that time.
No.
That's not the situation now, though, is it?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. And so you didn't have any kids, he didn't have any kids, you guys had, apart from 9 to 5s, all the free time in the world to spend with each other.
Correct.
Now, you weren't technically living at his house, but you were sleeping there every single night.
Right.
And you were in love with him.
Yeah, you could say that.
Right? You thought he was in love with you too, right?
At one point, yes.
You actually thought this was the man of your dreams.
Right.
He told you he loved you?
Of course, yes.
He told you you were the only one?
He said that, but I mean, over time, I got to know
Well,
him. So.
hindsight is 20/20, but at the time, you thought you were the only one.
Right.
Now, he's very convincing that way, isn't he?
Yes, I guess so.
He has no issues with communication. Is that fair to say?
Right.
He has no problem being the guy that reaches out.
No, he's very confident and like calm. He always knows what to say. He's very smart.
And is he very charismatic?
Yes.
And he talks a lot. Right?
Yes, he talks about everything.
And he dominates almost every conversation that he's in.
Right.
And at the time, he seemed like he really did care about you. That's how you felt.
Right.
He was a very attentive boyfriend. You never had to like look at your phone and be like, why isn't Charlie calling me today?
No, he was always like keeping in touch.
And if, for example, you weren't calling, he would be blowing up your phone, right?
Oh yeah, I'd call my roommate. Like if I took a nap once, he'd like come and find me. I don't know. He
Okay.
used to get worried about me. I don't know why, but.
Now, even after you broke up, it's not like when you broke up, you stopped communicating with him, right?
Right.
He's-
For a while we did after the whole thing.
Now, let's talk about, well, we'll tell this jury why it is you broke up, okay? Now, you guys took a break, right?
Yes.
What year was that?
I want to say it was the end of December, like 2017.
17,
Or 18
okay.
or something.
So, you break up, you guys are apart for a few months, right?
Only 2 months. like,
Only 2 months.
supposedly.
Then he gets back together with you, right?
Right. I
Then
got back with him.
You got back with him. Then you find out that in that 2 month time span, he ended up getting Wendy's boyfriend's nanny pregnant.
Yes.
And this was just in that 2 month period that you were apart.
Right.
Did you try to stay with him or?
Not really. Like maybe I gave it a thought, but I don't think I could have ever done that. Like after what he did, and then obviously this was going on too, so there's just a lot of baggage.
And this is who you had mentioned before. That's Bree, right? Is the mother of his child.
Right.
Okay. And he had this child in 2018?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one of the other reasons that the reason you broke up with him actually is that you found out he was cheating with you from a girl from the Philippines, right?
That's not the reason we broke up, but
You did find out he was cheating on you with a girl from the Philippines.
yeah, he never admitted it till this day, but I suspected it and I've seen the messages, so.
You found something in his
obviously.
phone with a girl that lives in the Philippines, right?
Right, yeah.
Does Charles like to go to the Philippines?
Not lately, but like, sorry, but obviously, back then for a little bit, he did like to go travel.
Does he? You know him also to travel to Vietnam?
He did one trip that I knew, but I don't know anything else.
Would you say that Charlie Adelson has a particular taste in a certain type of girl?
Yeah, he told me, like, I mean, I think he likes Asian women, he
His
said,
preference
so
is Asian
I don't
women,
know, yeah.
right? You see somewhat of a resemblance between yourself and Miss Magbanua, right?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, people mistake me for her sometimes.
In fact, a month ago, you were on TV when Charles was arrested, and NBC said you were Katherine Magbanua, right?
I heard of that. I didn't see it, but people were telling me that my picture was up, mistaking me for Katherine, so.
All right. Now, you know now that throughout the course of your relationship, he was actually still in regular communication with Katherine.
I do, because I just saw the recording of all that. That was when I was still with him.
But you didn't know back then.
No,
He was able to keep that from you, right?
correct.
Even though you were with him every day and every night.
Right, and he would tell me something, but now that was around the time he was acting weird, so.
And he's the type of guy, like, if you catch him, like, in I want to say a lie, he has a very good way of trying to talk his way out of it, right?
Yes.
Now, he was able to do all type of things without you suspecting anything, right?
Not exactly, I would suspect, but he was good at,
Hiding things.
yeah, being Charlie, I guess you could say.
So when you started dating him, you had no idea who Katherine Magbanua was?
No,
And you guys, you said, became serious in October of 2015, 1 year after Dan Markel was murdered.
yes,
Yes. That, you spent that Christmas with his family, right?
it was Hanukkah, but yeah, I think it was that Hanukkah that
That Hanukkah, because they're Jewish, right? And Donna was there, right?
Right,
Harvey was there, right?
right,
Wendi was there.
right,
That's when you met Wendy's boyfriend,
yes, David,
and
the
it's
time.
David's nanny who is the mother of Charles Adelson's child.
yes.
Now, you asked Charlie what happened to Wendy's ex-husband, right?
I did, yes,
And he told you, his girlfriend, someone shot him in his garage.
right.
And when you tried to ask him more questions, he was very short with you.
He just said he didn't know who did it, and, I didn't want to press more, so that was it.
But you read off of him, he didn't want to talk about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like a moment of silence, so I didn't want to go deeper with something like that. So.
And all he would really say to you is, he just died. He didn't go into any details about anything.
Right,
Now, you were dating him around April, May of 2016, right?
right,
That is when someone approached his mother on the street, right?
yes,
And you had said that for 2 weeks he was acting very strange.
he was acting strange all the time ever since this, so yeah.
And around that time, you had said, too, that he was more consumed with his family than usual.
Possibly, yes.
All right. Now, you trusted what Charlie would be telling you, right?
I did.
Okay. And even though you tried to ask him as a concerned girlfriend, like, what's going on? Why are you behaving like this? He wouldn't tell you what's going on, right?
No.
He never told you that some person walked up to his mother and was handing him a paper about his brother-in-law's murder and demanding money.
No, and the night I guess he met with Catherine, he lied to me about where he was that night, so. And then I found out later I guess he didn't want to tell me he was with Catherine, like an ex-girlfriend.
So he had no problem being with you and then keeping all these things behind your back, right?
Right.
You only found out now that he was lying to you the entire time.
With that lie, yeah.
That lie amongst others.
Well, I mean, he did tell me like after the fact when it came out, but then I realized, I put two and two together, that it was the same night that he was acting suspicious. So.
Okay. Now, you were actually dating Charles before everything blew out in the media, right?
Correct.
Charlie actually told you about Dan Markel being murdered before everything came out in the media.
Yes.
Okay. And that's all he told you is Wendy's ex-husband was murdered.
Correct.
He was in a garage and that he didn't know who did it.
Right.
And you found out that Charlie was actually a suspect in this homicide when someone from ABC walked up to you in front of Charlie's house, right?
Yes.
They thought you were Catherine.
Yes.
And tried to interview you.
Yes.
You're not Catherine.
No. I didn't even know her name at the time. I was like, who's Catherine?
And literally, like, walking up on his driveway, people with microphones were coming up to you to try and interview you, right?
Right, and that's how I found out about this. So.
Okay. From a reporter coming to you.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure once you heard about that, natural tendency is to start looking up everything online, right?
Well, it wasn't online back then, as of yet.
But at some point, you were able just to type in his name, and a 24-page affidavit would pop up detailing his alleged involvement in this, right?
Right.
And this is when he was still free, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you just mentioned that the last time you spoke to Charles Adelson was the night before he was arrested, right?
I'd have to look. I know he wrote me. I don't know if I responded that night, but I usually didn't text him back right away recently because I just wanted to stay away from him for a little bit.
That wasn't in 2016,
So.
right?
No, this was the night before he was arrested.
A month ago,
Right.
right? April 20th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So all the time that he's free and he has all of this stuff online, and all this stuff saying that he was suspected, he was never arrested until a month ago, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure you as his girlfriend, when all this stuff was out in the media saying that he's involved and in this homicide, you must have asked him, what is all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of shocked that he didn't mention it or tell me what was going on because I had no idea about anything, so.
Before then, he never said to you, oh my God, these people think I had something to do with my sister's ex-husband's murder. He never said anything like that to you, right?
No, he would just, rush away to his friend's house or try to go somewhere and not tell me where. So I just thought it was something else.
That he tried to keep you from knowing anything.
Right.
Now, he also told you at one point not to answer the door if the cops showed up, right?
Well, he went out of town and he said if I was at the house and the cops show up, just don't answer it or. But I didn't know anything. I'm like, why would the cops show up?
Now, Catherine was arrested on October 1st of 2016. You guys were still dating then, right?
Yes.
And when she was arrested, he was shocked and surprised that she had been arrested, right?
Yes.
Those were the words you used, right?
Right.
And those were the words you used when you were describing that to Agent Sanford back in 2018.
Right.
When she was arrested, he started now acting more strange. Put a strain on your relationship, right?
Right, of course.
All right. Now, in August, before that arrest, okay, there was an episode on 2020, right?
Right.
You watched it with him?
Not like the premiere, but eventually we ended up watching it because everyone was talking about it. So.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. And isn't it true that when Agent Sanford came to interview you in 2018, he told you that they put that show out?
They did. I don't know if I remember that. But.
If it's reflected in your recorded statement, that would be a fair representation of what Agent Sanford told you, right?
That they put 2020 on?
That
or?
we put that show out.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. I don't really remember right now, but.
You watched the show with Charlie.
Right.
And he'd never give you any explanation about any of it, right?
No, well, at that time, it was out, so I kind of knew what was going on by that time.
Isn't it true he actually told you they have it completely wrong?
Yes.
He said that Katie worked for him, right?
He did say, like, I think she did work for him, like, did some work for him.
He also mentioned that she paid for her own breast augmentation, right?
He said she paid for, like, one of them or something.
So if she's only had one, then she paid for it?
Like, I guess he helped her with other, I don't know.
Helped her find the doctor?
No, like, half of it.
So now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation?
No, I don't think he ever told me that he paid for it at all. But he said something about they accused him of paying for it, and he said he may have helped like half, like, and paid for one. I don't really know.
Are you saying one breast?
Yeah, I don't. This is not my words. That's what Charlie said.
All right.
So.
And are you not sure if what you're telling me now has been improperly influenced by all the stuff you've read on the media about this case?
Wait, what was it? Sorry.
I'm saying, are you able to separate what it is that you know or from what you read in the media about this case before you were interviewed?
I tried to, yeah.
All right. Now, the first time that the detectives came to speak to you was in the middle of 2018, right?
Right.
They knew you had broken up with Charles and you guys weren't on good terms, right?
Oh, that time. I think they knew. Like, yeah, they knew after I told them. So.
Now, when they tried to come and speak with you, they didn't just bang on your door, not announce themselves, leave, and never come back, right?
No, I think for a few days they tried to get in touch with me.
No, they waited in your lobby for you, right, of where you lived?
Well, I parked my car and they like waited for me to get out of my car to walk to my lobby and to my place that I lived at the time, yeah.
They had previously called, identified themselves, and left messages for you saying they wanted to speak to you, right?
Right.
Okay. And when they finally approached you in the lobby, they identified themselves as law enforcement.
Yeah, I think Patrick did, or one of them, but I think
the
it was
FBI
his
agent.
name.
Yeah?
But I wasn't sure if the woman was Shelley.
But you were sure that you were speaking to law enforcement?
Yes, at that time.
And they were nice to you?
They were really nice, yeah.
And they said they wanted to talk to you, right?
Yes.
And they never told you that they were recording you. Isn't that true?
Yes.
They actually promised you that what you told them would be kept secret and that no one would find out.
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
No, obviously not.
Your recorded interview is out in the media, right?
Yeah, everything I've done, like, they put out, and I haven't really
There's a camera on you right now, right? You're still talking about this. So that wasn't true when they said they'd keep it secret, right?
Right.
And they gave you every opportunity to answer the questions that they posed to you about Charles, right?
Yes.
They never accused you of lying?
No, I was obviously, like, upset at that time, so I was willing to share what Charlie did to me and open up to them. I was vulnerable, so
But you did answer all their questions, though, right?
I did, yeah.
And when you told them you knew nothing about the homicide, they believed you.
They didn't tell me if they believed me, but I just told them what I knew, so.
You haven't been arrested, though, have you, for being his girlfriend?
No.
And even though you were his girlfriend at the time and you were living with him every single day, you had no idea that he had been suspected as being involved in the murder of Wendy's ex-husband.
No, definitely not. Not at all.
Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any water?
Sure, do we have a water? There's some in the jury room if we need to. We'll get you water in just a moment.
Thank you.
All right, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Okay, well,
I
you're
think
done.
we're finished.
Okay. We can release a witness?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am, you're free to go. State may call its next witness. Clarissa Labredo, please. Okay, ma'am, if you come right up here, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay? If you could scoot on up to that.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa Labredo, C-L-A-R-I-Z-A. Labredo is L-E-B-R-E-D-O.
Okay, I'm going to ask you today some questions about your employment at the Adelson Institute. I guess since maybe about 3 years ago, that's now a different dental practice, right?
Yes.
Okay. But before, what year was it sold?
Not a year ago.
Okay.
Less than a year ago.
Less than a year, okay. But up until less than a year ago, you worked for the Adelson Institute for many years?
Yes.
Okay, how many years?
Close to 40.
Okay. And now do you work at the practice that it was sold to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where was I'm just going to ask you about Adelson Institutes, and so where was Adelson Institute located?
Tamarack.
Where in the Miami area is Tamarack?
No, it's not in Miami.
Okay, where in that area is Tamarack?
It's in Broward.
Broward County. Okay. And is it near Fort Lauderdale?
Yes.
Okay. What was the exact address?
7737 North University Drive, Tamarack.
Okay. And what type of business was the Adelson Institute?
Dental office.
And what was your position there?
Dental assistant.
Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
And you knew Harvey and Donna Adelson and their children?
Yes.
All right. You said you worked there for almost 40 years. That includes the years 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
Okay. My questions are going to be about those years for you today, okay? All right. Can you tell us the names of the employees of the Adelson Institute during those years?
It was myself, Dr. Adelson, Charlie, Donna, Erica, and Amy.
Okay. Is Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and she works the front desk and is Charlie Adelson's assistant?
Yes.
Okay, and you are a dental assistant?
Yes.
Okay, and Amy, what does she do?
Hygienist.
Hygienist, okay, and then The only other people besides you, Erica, and Amy are the Adelson family, Harvey, Donna, and Charlie.
Right.
Okay. Now, Harvey and Charlie, they are dentists, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about Donna? What does she do there?
She worked up front and,
Kind of like manages the office?
yes.
Okay. Is she the person that does payroll? Did she write your checks at the time?
I don't know.
Okay. Did she kind of serve as an office manager?
I don't know if that was her title, but
Okay. She would do office type clerical work?
yes.
Okay. What were the Adelson's business hours back in 2014 to 2016?
8 to 5, 11 to 7 was our late night, 4 days a week.
Okay, would it be Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5, and then your late day would be Wednesday 11 to 7?
Correct.
And that was 11 to 7 that day?
Yes.
Okay. And those were not just your working hours, those were the operating hours of the Adelson Institute?
Correct.
Okay. Would doctors see patients on Friday or the weekends?
No.
All right. Now, if a patient called when the Adelson Institute was closed, during any hour that it wasn't open, would that call go to a voicemail machine?
Yes.
All right. And whose responsibility would it be to like check the machine and call the patients back?
It could be any of us. It could be Donna. It could have been myself when I came in, or Erica.
Okay. Who has access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
They did.
Meaning the Adelson
The
family?
Adelsons, yeah.
Okay. Do you have access to it?
No.
All right. Do you recall 2 law enforcement officers coming to Adelson Institute back in June of 2016?
Yes.
All right. And they asked you if you were familiar with an employee named Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. And you told them no, but referred them to Erica Johnson?
Right. Yes.
Okay. And you said she's an employee there who's Charles Adelson's assistant, also works the front desk.
Yes.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua?
From the office.
Okay. And when you say office, do you mean you know her from coming in and working there at the office or from being a patient
From
at the
being
office?
a patient. I saw her.
Okay. So she's come in to get a cleaning or some type of dental work
Right.
there? How many times has she been a patient?
Once.
Okay. In your almost 40 years of working there, did you ever see Katherine Magbanua come in to the Adelson Institute as anything other than a patient?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
Just a check
Okay. How often would you get your checks?
every 2 weeks.
Have you been paid for a week or 2 weeks of work prior to completing the work? Has that ever happened?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about sequential checks. I'm talking about predating. Like you getting your check before you've worked, before you've completed that period.
Yes.
Would you ever get multiple paychecks at a time?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
Maybe 2 more than I was supposed to get.
Okay, so that would be 3 then?
Right.
Did you ever get 4, 5, 6
No.
checks in a row?
No.
When you would get 2 or 3 at a time, what would be going on at that time for the Adelson family that would cause you to get those checks?
If they were going to go away, they paid me before they left.
Okay, so if you were due to get a paycheck and they were about to go on a 2-week vacation, they would go ahead and give you your paychecks while they would be out, so you would not get paid.
Yes.
Okay, but you would never get 4, 5, 6 in a row?
No.
Have any of Charlie Adelson's girlfriends been on Adelson's payroll to your knowledge?
I don't know.
You don't do payroll, I guess, right? You don't do the payroll,
No.
okay? Have you ever been aware of any employee of Adelson Institute in the history of your employment there that's ever worked exclusively by phone or remotely prior to obviously the pandemic? I'm talking 2014 to 2016.
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Laredo. How are you?
Hello, good.
Now, you have been working there for 40 years, you said, at the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes,
It's a small family dental practice, right?
yes.
It's not some big, multi-dentist operation with
So-
several partners and the people in charge are Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay, now you only work from Monday to Thursday, right?
Yes.
You would have no idea if anyone came into the office at all from Friday to Sunday, right?
No.
Okay. Now, you have no say or knowledge. I mean, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson and Charles Adelson don't have to come and check in with you to determine or to let you know what they're doing and who they're writing checks for, right?
No.
Okay. Has Wendi Adelson ever worked in the office?
No.
So if her parents gave her a paycheck every couple of weeks, but she didn't physically work there, that's something that they could do for their daughter, right?
I don't know.
Okay. You wouldn't know, right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And so you have no idea the arrangement that was made between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua as to why she was getting those paychecks, right?
No.
And you're not in a position really to ask the Adelsons why they write checks, right?
No.
The best people to tell this jury about what that was for would be Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, right?
I don't know.
Okay. They're not in Tallahassee, are they? They're not coming here to testify under a state subpoena?
I don't know.
Okay. No further questions?
Redirect.
The sequential checks that you told us about, you said you get sometimes 2 or 3 in a row. How often would that happen?
Objection outside the scope of court.
Once a
Hold
year.
on a second. What's the question?
How often she would get paid more than 1 or 2 paychecks in a row?
Overruled. You can answer that.
Once a year.
Did the Adelson Institute have a cleaning service?
Yes.
Okay, was that a husband and wife team?
Yes.
And you saw them, the husband and wife team?
I know them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it Katherine Magbanua?
No.
Okay, that's all.
All right, we can release the witness? All right, you're free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Let's meet sidebar quickly, please. All right, State may call its next witness.
They call Erica Johnson, please.
Erica Johnson, please. I apologize to the jury. We are going to stay a little bit later today, but we have one witness that is on a scheduling issue, and so we'd like to get her testimony today, okay? Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
If you could come right up here to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay?
Okay.
If you please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, please have a seat. Okay, I just need you to scoot up please have a seat. Scoot up as close as possible to that microphone, okay? Speak loud and clear into that, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Erica Johnson.
Okay, is that Erica with a K?
Yes, this court. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And spell the name Erika, and the last name is Johnson, Johnsson.
Thank you. All right, so were you employed at the Adelson Institute for a number of years?
Yes.
Okay, how many years?
11.
11, okay. And do you work now at the dental practice that the Adelson Institute was sold to?
Yes.
Okay, and that was about a year ago, I guess, thereabouts?
6 months.
6 months ago. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, what do you do there?
Front desk.
Did you also work as an assistant to like a dental assistant to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
All right. What were your tasks at the front desk?
Answering the phone, making appointments, processing insurance.
Were you the primary person who did that for Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay. Did any other employees do those things?
No.
Did you also handle patient payments and quote prices for payments?
Yes.
Did Adelson Institute, did they often deal in cash?
Yes.
Would discounts be given for services if they were paid in cash versus a credit card?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you specifically about 2014 to 2016. Can you tell me the names of the folks who were employed at Adelson Institute during that time?
Myself, Clarissa Libredo, Amy DeStefano. That's it.
Okay. And Amy was a hygienist?
Correct.
And Clarissa Libredo just came out of here when you were coming in?
Correct.
Okay. And then Harvey, Donna, and Charlie Adelson were also there, right?
Yes.
All right. Donna Adelson, what did she do at Adelson Institute?
She was the office manager.
Okay. Was she responsible for payroll, for cutting the checks?
Yes.
And did you report to her?
Yes.
All right. The Adelson Institute hours back then, what were they?
I think Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5. I think.
Okay. And was Wednesday your late day, 11 to 7?
Yes.
All right. If somebody called the office and the office was closed, would that call go to voicemail?
Yes.
And whose responsibility would it be to check that voicemail once the office opened again?
Mine.
Okay. I want to talk to you about a couple of law enforcement officers coming to the Adelson Institute on June 1st of 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And did they ask you about Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Did they ask you whether or not she worked at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And did they ask you for like employee records of her?
Yes.
Were you able to provide them with any records?
No.
Okay. Do you have access to those records?
No.
Who has access to those records?
Dr. Adelson.
Meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Probably both. I don't know. It's probably going to be Donna. It's probably going to be Donna that has the records.
Okay. Well, Were any of them there when the FBI agents came by?
No,
Okay. When police asked you for the employee records, did you call Donna?
no,
Did you call Harvey?
no,
Who did you call?
Charlie.
Okay. When you were asking him questions about, or I guess letting him know what was going on, did you kind of go back in the office to make that phone call?
Yes,
All right. Did you have an opportunity to hear that phone call before court today?
yes,
You didn't know at the time that that phone call was being recorded, right?
no,
Okay. When you listened to the call, was that your voice and Charlie Adelson's voice conversing?
yes,
Okay. And that was an accurate, from your memory, an accurate recording of that conversation?
yes, from my memory.
And for the record, the recording that I showed her was pre-marked as State's Exhibit 100. All right, after you advised Mr. Adelson of what was going on, did he give you some instructions as to what you could do?
Judge, objection, hearsay, we just discussed this at sidebar.
What, say the question again?
Did he give you some instruction as to what to do?
That's sustained.
Okay. After you hung up with him, did you receive a cell phone call from a landline from him?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. After that phone call with Charlie Adelson, let me ask you this. Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua?
Yes,
And how do you know her?
from being Charlie's girlfriend and a patient in the office.
Have you ever seen her work at Adelson Institute?
No,
Does the Adelson Institute have a cleaning service that comes?
yes,
Okay. And are they like a husband and wife team?
yes,
Okay. Is I guess the wife part of that husband and wife team, is that Katherine Magbanua?
no.
Do you get paid yearly or by the hour?
Yearly? No, by the hour.
By the hour? Okay. And how often do you get paid, or did you get paid back in 2014 to 2016?
I think bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly?
I think, yeah.
Would you ever get paid for weeks of work in advance?
Yes.
Okay. When would that occur?
If they would go on vacation?
Okay. And would you ever get, I guess it would 2 paychecks at a time when that happened?
Sometimes.
Would you ever get 3 at a time?
I don't think it would be 3.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 at a time?
No.
Are you aware of any Charlie Adelson's girlfriends being on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
No.
In the time that you have been at Adelson Institute, obviously before the pandemic, have you ever been aware of any employee that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
And would you get paid, I think, were your checks around that time, were they about $589
Yes.
biweekly? Okay. And that was at about 28 hours a week at $11.50 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Johnson. How are you doing today? Good. Okay. So, this is not the first time you've given information about this case, right?
Correct.
All right. In fact, you actually testified before that you were not sure whether or not Katie was an employee.
That is correct.
You actually gave that sworn statement back in 2017 when Ms. Kappelman was present, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You actually testified as well that it's possible she only worked on Fridays.
That is correct.
Okay, and you also testified that you only know of the people who work, you are only to testify about people who work there during your work hours, right?
Correct.
And you have no idea how or who or what checks Donna Adelson writes.
That is correct.
Okay, she could write checks to whomever she pleases in in the business that is owned by her family, right?
Yes.
You don't go and question her about who is getting checks and for what reason,
No.
okay? You only know about your checks.
Yes.
Okay. And the state asked you about getting checks in advance. Did Donna ever write checks in advance of pay period but not give them until later?
No.
Okay. So she only provided them to you, but at the time that at the time that your services were provided.
Correct.
But you were on a set schedule, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been on that schedule for the whole time that you were there.
Yes.
Now, when these FBI agents came into the Adelson Institute and they asked for these records, did they provide you with a subpoena?
I can't remember.
Do you remember them handing you documents?
Yes.
Okay, so you
Yes.
remember documents,
Yes.
but you don't know what the documents were.
Correct.
Is the reason why you called Charlie was because they specifically asked you about Katie?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, Katie was his girlfriend.
Correct.
Not Harvey's girlfriend, right?
Right.
Not Donna's girlfriend.
Correct.
And that's why you called Charlie first.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you, Ms.
Redirect.
Johnson.
Thank you.
You said that you never saw Katherine Magbanua working there?
No.
Okay. You said, you don't know what's going on when you're not working there, though, when you said it was possible.
Correct.
All right, but possible she worked on a Friday. Is Adelson Institute open on Fridays?
Not. We're
Okay.
open Monday through Thursday.
Okay, Monday through Thursday. And you would you schedule patients on a Friday?
No.
Okay. So Adelson Institute is closed on Fridays. No one's working there at that time.
Not when I'm there. I'm there Monday through Thursday. I don't know what happens on Fridays.
Right, but Adelson Institute is not open on Friday, right?
Right.
Y'all don't schedule patients on Friday.
Right.
Okay, that's all.
All right, we can excuse the witness? Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am, you're free to go. All right, that concludes the testimony for today. So before you go, just my daily reminders to you not to have any conversations, don't look at the internet, any local news reports, no conversations with friends or family or with each other. And we'll see everybody back tomorrow at 8:30. We'll start promptly after that, okay? All right, thank you all very much. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, I'll wait for you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed. Madam Court Reporter is going to use the restroom, and then when she gets back, we're going to just continue for a short time just to get everything organized for tomorrow, okay? So let's just hold on for a second. Everyone may be seated, thank you. All right. We are back on the record, and I just want to address a few things. First of all, so that we can have some certainty moving forward in regards to the jail calls, I'm going to rule on that motion at this time. The court's going to rule that any calls between Ms. Kouas and Garcia are not going to be admissible. We'll come and find that they are work product and they won't be admissible at trial. The remainder of the calls I'm separating into two types of calls. There's the ones that are in English and there's the ones that are in Spanish. And therefore, the remainder of these calls are what I'm going to have a Richardson hearing on. The ones that involve Ms. Kouas, I don't need to because they're not admissible. They're not coming in. So the remainder of the calls, I'm going to find that the failure to turn those calls over to you, particularly before trial, is not willful. It was inadvertent because these are just recent calls. And I'm going to find that the state turned them over to you when it came to their attention or when they had them in their hands in order to turn them over to you. I'm also going to find that according to the state's representations that they're only going to be used for impeachment purposes, and so they're not substantial given the fact that they're not coming in the case in chief. As far as being prejudicial, this is where I'm going to make the distinction between the English calls and the Spanish calls. The Spanish calls now, we're having to go through this whole process at the 11th hour in regards to having an interpreter and transcribing the phone calls and whether that's an accurate transcription. And we are in the middle of trial and getting close to the end of the state's case, I would assume. So any of the Spanish calls, I'm going to find that the process that we are going through now and the transcription and having to provide that to the defense is more prejudicial, and I'm not going to permit those to be admitted. We don't even know what they say. None of us know what they say, and they haven't been transcribed yet because I haven't signed the order. And it's just, it's too late in the game for them to be admitted, and because it's too prejudicial to the defense. So any of those Spanish calls, I'm not even going to sign the order because I'm not going to take up the court's resources to have those transcribed. If you choose to do that on your own, then that's up to you all. In regards to the ones that were in English, they were clear. There wasn't any issue with any translation or any difficulty in hearing what they say. And so those conversations are not prejudicial. They've been in the defense's possession since last Friday. They had all weekend to go over them. They know for what purposes they are going to be used. and therefore I'm going to allow those to be admissible. The state's represented that they're clearly for impeachment purposes, and so I'll accept their representation on that. So the English ones will be admissible because I find that they are not prejudicial under the Richardson hearing test that is applicable under the Richardson hearing test. Going forward, my understanding is that there may be some other jail calls, and I don't know from when they are from or if they're recent or from this weekend or whatever. Moving forward, there's nothing that's going to be admissible in regards to jail recordings. The court's not even going to review those. We can't have this going on where we don't know what to expect in regards to evidence and what's going to be admissible, and it would be overly prejudicial to the defense to have any of those admitted at this point in the presentation of the state's case. And so if there are any further ones, I'm putting you on notice right now that they won't be admitted. Okay, so that clears that up in regards to the phone calls as to what's admissible and what is not. Now, Ms. Dugan, we had 2 witnesses that were remaining on this witness list, so I take it that you'll be calling Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Hall as the first 2 witnesses tomorrow? Okay, and then do you know what other witnesses you anticipate?
I think that Ms. Kappelman then, after Ms. Hull testifies, is going to try to get into the bump and some of the wire calls.
All right, so... All right, so it would be the audio evidence then, and so before the audio evidence, we will have the hearing so that you can make your motion on the record in regards to any Crawford argument that you want to make in regards to playing of those 3 calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And I'll allow you to get that on the record, and I'll make my ruling on that. So if those are going to be played, then maybe we can have that. If they're going to be played in the afternoon, we can have it right before the testimony in the afternoon. Okay, so given that, I guess it depends on the video, Ms. Dugan, as to whether or not that would be played tomorrow, as to whether or not the state would be resting tomorrow or on Wednesday.
Our plan was to rest tomorrow. We are 2 witnesses behind right now, Mary Hull and Jessica Rodriguez. I think that they are both maybe about an hour and a half witnesses. So I think we're about total maybe a half day behind expected. So I don't know if we'll be able to rest tomorrow.
All right, so your goal is tomorrow, unlikely, and so you're looking at resting on Wednesday, probably by lunchtime on Wednesday. Is that what you're anticipated? Okay, Mr. DeCoste?
If and when Agent Sanford testifies, I imagine his cross is going to be rather lengthy.
All right, I would anticipate that it's going to be a Wednesday resting that we would take up. When is Sanford testifying? Is that tomorrow?
We have him on the schedule originally for tomorrow. If it could possibly be Wednesday, though, he was, maybe our last witness or next.
Is he the one where the video's coming in with?
I think the video would be Keith McElveen, the expert, but the video and Pat Sanford are last and next to last.
All right, okay. So in all likelihood, resting will be sometime on Wednesday, it appears, okay? With that, then also we need to start looking at jury instructions, so I would expect a draft of those to the court by Wednesday. And that would be not Wednesday at the end of the day, but by Wednesday morning. And as usual, provide a copy to the defense. All right, so I think that takes care of things moving forward, who will be called and when, and any rulings on any outstanding motions other than the hearing that we need to have on the Crawford issue prior to the playing of those recorded calls. Okay, Ms. Dugan, is there anything else on behalf of the state?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense?
No, at this time, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll be in recess then till tomorrow, 8:45. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.